Добрый день, уважаемые гости.
Good day, dear forum guests. We are happy to welcome you at our session. The title of the session is Corporate Capital and How the Global Business Players Cooperate with Cities. Global cities provide jobs, they develop infrastructure, and they know how to attract larger companies, regional, international leaders, and this helps the city to develop. When the company is linked to the city with stronger ties, the influence or positive influence on the city is bigger. If the capital has only regional representative companies, there will be taxes, there will be salaries of some of the representatives working there. But if the city persuades the company to open an R&D center, it's hundreds of highly paid jobs and introduction of other similar companies. But if the city manages to have the whole big center, then it's even better because more and more thousands of jobs could be created. The more is the link between the company and cities, the more benefits are there, both for the company and for the city. Now we talk about the factors which are important for businesses when they think about opening their representative offices or headquarters, and what is done by cities in order to make such cooperation mutually beneficial. Today, we have with us among speakers Sergei Cheryomin, head of the Department for External Relations of Moscow, Sviatoslav Ostrovsky, VTB, member of the Management Board, Alexei Parabachev, General Director of the Innovations Agency. Sladja Parakatil will join us a bit later online. He is the head of the research on the quality of life from Mercer. Konstantin Sonin, economist, professor of the Chicago University and High School of Economics, and Michael Berner, General Director of Visa in Russia. I'd like to first give the floor to Sergei Cheryomin, and I'll ask him to give us the practical overview. He's responsible for cooperation between companies and the city. Moscow is the big business center. It's the largest in Russia, the largest in Eastern Europe, and of course it's very visible on the European scale. What are your goals in attracting companies and continuing to develop Moscow as the center, as the hub of attraction, the house for major inter-regional and transnational businesses? And what do you do to achieve this goal? Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, good day. I don't have a lot of time. It will be difficult to tell you about all our strategic goals that we define for ourselves. But I'd like to mention that it's important for us to be a comfortable city from the business point of view, from the investment point of view. And according to recent ratings, we know that Moscow, due to some efforts we did in the past 10 years, it's moved forward significantly. And in financial and investment attractiveness, we are ahead of San Francisco and Montreal, according to this index of attractiveness of major megalopolises. And according to the rating of Financial Times, we are city #1 in Eastern Europe, if we are talking about financial attractiveness and the comfort of the business environment. And this is a result of the fact that the Moscow government is not only reducing the existing bureaucratic barriers, simplifies procedures, and creates attractive environment. We also work with legislators. We have the law on investments protection and pre-trial dispute resolution. We don't have this at other regions of Russia. According to RC ratings, Moscow is a leader among all Russian cities and regions by the number of the PPP contracts. And we have large companies working with us, not only local and Russian companies, but big international corporations. Russia is a leader in attracting foreign investments, and despite really difficult pandemic year, 2020, we now have almost $140 billion of direct investment. And according to the central bank, the total amount is $250 billion. That's the amount of direct investments. And this demonstrates that thousands of representative offices, localized manufacturing facilities, engineering centers, they are representing major corporations, including international ones. And such companies choose Moscow. They stay here for a long time. They hope that they will get stability here, economic stability, I mean. And Moscow is unique by the effectiveness of budget funds collection. At the end of last year, we didn't have any tax problems, and for such a big city, it's really absolutely surprising. I would say it's unique. And only recently, we started using interesting financial instruments such as green bonds. And I wouldn't say that this is just trendy, but it's popular and it's used a lot for developing the city. We're developing green transport. We start introducing electrical buses, switching from normal buses. We are actively developing metro because this helps us to create more comfortable city environment. And I wouldn't be able to list all the major corporations that work in Moscow. Microsoft, Boeing, they're just examples. Schneider Electric, Huawei, some car manufacturing companies such as Renault or Nissan. Metro is a large retailer. Ocean, Globus, lots of construction companies and corporations. All of them create substantial contribution into the city's infrastructure. And as a result, we have good relations with them, good respect from city authorities. When we had a really difficult situation last year during the lockdown, we tried to demonstrate support not only to small and medium businesses of Russia, but we were supporting foreign companies as well. We had a special initiative about supporting foreign companies. If more than 51% of share of parenting company is the share in this company, we wouldn't say that this is absolutely correct approach. They are in Russia. Personnel works here. The production was localized. If they work with our offset contracts, why do we have different approach to them? Why shouldn't we deem them to be totally Russian companies? Why big corporations come to work in Moscow? I would say that it's business climate, as I've mentioned already. Secondly, Moscow is a unique city. We have the best scientific and engineering capabilities and resources, human resources. We have great universities, and we have hundreds of thousands of highly qualified specialists in IT in particular. Now Moscow is one of the leaders in implementing different programs related to information environment development. For example, we have Moscow Electronic School program, we have Active Citizen portal, we have a unique system of controlling and managing transport. We have face recognition systems. They're really very unique. They're well integrated into the universal infrastructure. It's 2,000 cameras located throughout the city. And as a result, we can not only monitor the situation in the backyards, on the roads of Moscow, we can control the situation with the garbage removal. We can fight crime in Moscow efficiently. And we managed to reduce the level of crime in the city. And we create absolutely comfortable environment for Muscovites and for those who visit the city, for foreign specialists who work here temporarily. Right now, we can't say that the largest corporation, as it's been 15, 20 years ago, now control the city's economy. If you look at the statistics, Sergei Semyonovich Sobyanin yesterday mentioned that manufacturing industry in Moscow is around 16% from the economic potential of the city. Yes, it's significant for the megalopolis. It's a big number. Okay, I understand. Income from major companies, oil and gas companies, fossil fuels, it was 40% some time ago. But later on, Moscow managed to diversify inflows into the budget. We reduced the risks related to international market volatility. And right now, service sector is prevailing. We have lots of small and medium businesses. We see a spike in the number of IT companies in Moscow, those who do computing and export technologies abroad. For example, last year, these indicators during the pandemic year grew by 5%. And this means we have comfortable environment. It's really attractive. And we see that during conferences and forums which we organize from time to time, meetings with the representatives of major corporations of different companies. We have meetings with the mayor of Moscow, with different departments. And not often we hear some requests to help in difficult situations. Usually all these statements are rather positive, and companies share their strategic plans, and they say that they want to increase the investment portfolio in the future. And we are not talking just about traditional things such as real estate or retail. I'm talking about creating new engineering centers. I'm talking about opening new medical institutions with the most modern technologies. We have International Medical Cluster project. It's very successful, and we have good indicators of technical parks, technopolises, industrial parks. And up to 50% of residents, they are foreign companies. And I would say that this is just the overall situation, the overview. But despite the sanctions from the US, from the EU, we now continue receiving foreign investments. Possibly they are not increasing as fast as we would want, but that's the consequence of the overall difficult situation globally. But major businesses are not leaving Moscow. We don't see some dramatic decrease in the presence of foreign specialists. We just see that Russia is still an attractive, comfortable city which really is valued by our foreign partners. Thank you very much. Very impressive. Do you correct your goals somehow? Do you adjust your targets? Do you change the list of companies you'd like to see in Moscow? Do you plan to continue diversifying, or you're interested more in international or in, innovative companies? We are happy to see all type of companies. But Moscow is the city which can dictate different standards, environmental standards as well, for industrial plants. And if we have ArcelorMittal asking to open the major metallurgy complex, we wouldn't support such an idea. But right now we try to be as competitive as possible. If you compare Moscow with other major cities, we try to attract other companies and corporations who are focused on high-tech businesses and sectors, companies who want to provide unique services, unique types of products. Pharma solutions are in high demand. We are interested in working more with medical institutions. We continue developing our international medical cluster. The pandemic curbed our ambitions a little bit, and possibly now the contacts are not so active as we would want due to the borders closure. But we continue working with different clinics, and we plan to localize lots of medical solutions in our international medical cluster. Information technologies are interesting for us. We started launching 5G networks about Wi-Fi in public spaces. Moscow is a global leader. You probably know about that. If you look at the infrastructure, transport infrastructure development, Moscow is also a global leader. And any technological innovations related to security, dispatching systems, creating comfortable transport means, self-managing transportation means, all of these are the points of interest for us, the points of focus. We will come back to innovative companies. Now I have a question to business representatives. What do you think about working with different cities? Svetoslav, you are a big company. You work in Moscow and many other cities. What do you think is most important for efficient cooperation with the city at different stages, when you're just choosing where to open your office or when you started working already in a certain city? We are a large financial group. We work at a federal level. And I would mention here 3 different levels that are there when we cooperate with major cities. It's a macro level, the global strategy, micro level, a district or a house, and then citizens, people who live in the city, because we provide services for the end users, those who use all the amenities of cities. Macro level. First of all, we provide cities with jobs. We have more than 53 1,000 employees. 63% of them work in major cities such as Moscow and Moscow regions. That's more than 25,000 people. And that's important for the city to develop. And we are actively presented in different regions of Moscow. We actively invest into the infrastructure development, and we help cities build airports, roads, and so on. We really do a lot for that. We help a lot in construction. We develop major infrastructural projects within cities. For example, in Moscow, we have VTB Arena. It's one of the biggest and most ambitious urbanistic projects in Europe. We renovated the Dynamo stadium. There is a number of entertainment facilities and a hotel. That's one of the very interesting urban spaces which helps the city to develop, be modern, be in trend, be innovative.
We are implementing different solutions which are helping the city to become advanced in terms of the payment infrastructure on transportation, for instance. We're providing some payment solutions for the means of public transportation. We actually did that on the basis of the transportation processing, totally seamless consumer experience when our clients, the residents, can use any means of public transportation and pay absolutely seamlessly, digitally, paperless. And there are a lot of other innovations which we are doing together with the city. This is one of the unique projects in the world, and very often it's become the word of mouth not only in Russia but abroad as well. We're working in the field of culture. We contribute to lots of cultural events, some premieres, first shows, exhibitions. We are partners of the Bolshoi Theatre, Mariinsky Theatre, Pushkinsky Museum, Hermitage. There are a lot of other partners. And we're organizing a whole range of other events which help us to maintain that agenda, cultural agenda. Speak about environment. I mean, note that we took a decision to digitalize all our services. All our services have to be rendered digitally, 100% of them, by 2022, and we tried to promote paperless services. Last year, 4 million transactions have been stricken digitally, and it saves up dozens of tons of paper. There are other services which we may offer. For instance, submitting tax returns digitally and other services which are resting on the digital technologies. This helps to promote the digital agenda of the city. Speaking about Moscow, and yesterday we also said that it starts with your home, with your neighborhood. There is a whole range of services within the company which help us to promote that direction. One of our companies, one of our subsidiaries, and probably you do not know that it belongs to VTB. It's called Domi Land. It offers solutions for the management companies on digitalization. For communication to the residents, we have more than 600,000 apartments connected to that service. It's aimed to automate the work of the management companies. Residents may contribute to the work of the management company and address some service issues, pay for utilities. So actually, at the micro level, a new consumer experience is being born, and I think that we are following the trend in that sense. We also have our Kvadratny Metr company. We are certainly sponsoring and funding, subsidizing apartments, providing mortgage lending. We understand that the residents need all kinds of services, such as the selection of an apartment, selection of funding options, and registration of the purchase of an apartment, a transaction which not all very often happens in the life of a resident, and the clients are invited to take advantage of this our housing ecosystem, as we call it. Locally, we also are embracing all the districts, and there are cash machines, ATM machines, and offices located in all the districts of the city. Mr. Sobyanin yesterday spoke about 15-minute city. Any resident of Moscow can, in less than 12 minutes, can reach either a VTB office or VTB ATM machine. So it means that our coverage, VTB coverage within the city is quite good. So we fit very well into that 15 minutes model. Our consumers have to be happy. This is our objective. We have to simplify the life of our citizens, because time is the most valuable asset. We help Muscovites save up time, and we progressed enormously in terms of digital transformation over the last several years, and we are making a lot of progress there. Leapfrogging. We have quite innovative and advanced infrastructure. We find ourselves at the front line of the progress. You can make transactions, bank transfers, pay for utilities, paying everything for everything seamlessly and digitally. We are providing connectivity with other pieces of infrastructure, with other stakeholders. But these services are convenient. Not only we render these services on behalf of VTB, but we integrate with other services offered by mega cities. We have joint projects on the ID cards of the residents. We started from Moscow. There are similar projects in St. Pete. There would be another project in Samara, in other cities, and we are exporting our projects from one city to another. We have more than 4 million such ID cards issued, and we're going to replicate that in other places, scaling it up. We're a major infrastructural stakeholder. In Russia, we can boast 85% of coverage, and by 2025 this figure would rise to 92%. Actually, the financial services penetration in Russia is one of the highest. These cases, these examples help us to cooperate with the stakeholders. Okay, I'm confident that you are bringing welfare and well-being to the residents and to the cities every day. A quick question. What you'd like to see from the city in order to be more efficient? Well, we would appreciate the readiness to invest into joint projects. For instance, when we started the project with the city on the bike rental, only advanced cities actually could do that now. Other cities are following the footsteps, our footsteps. So it requires a political will to invest into such projects. So we will appreciate the readiness of the cities to invest. Some joint interest may help us to develop projects all together. Thank you. Mikhail, you also represent transnational business, and obviously you have something to compare us with. In your point of view, what boons are offered by the cooperation between big businesses and cities? Certainly, thank you so much, Elena, for your kind question. For us, cooperation with the city is an honor and privilege, a big part of what we're doing. Visa is a stakeholder in the digital payment market, and Sviatoslav spoke about seamless payments. Our main objective is to promote seamless payments infrastructure. So it means that our clients should see no barriers to pay for this or that service which is rendered by the city or by the company which is operational of the city. It should not cause any issues, any difficulties. Along with the cities where we are stationed, we have to create such conditions. If we follow certain cases, one of the biggest areas where we can work with the city officials, with the city authorities, what Svetoslav mentioned in part. That's the fare payment, transportation fare payment. Just 4 or 5 years ago, one of the biggest problems was to pay for transportation. You had to line up in a queue to buy a ticket. The turnover of the tickets and the ticket sales was time-consuming and money-consuming. I would say that it would create problems at every stage, starting from when you buy a ticket, when you use it, when you oversee the use of the tickets. According to our estimates, up to 14% of the cost of the trip was incurred by administration of the tickets. Today, you cannot imagine a big mass of paper tickets in Moscow. Contactless payments and cashless payments, quite popular, and Visa is working actively with the partners, with the banks, and with the operators of the transport infrastructure in order to promote such solutions further into the more extended regions and areas of payment. An example which we love to draw, that's London. And we know that Oyster is quite popular there, and the costs of employing Oyster system were huge, and the city wanted to contract maintenance of Oyster system because the maintenance costs were extremely high. We worked with the city officials, and we agreed that Visa cards would be accepted just like Oyster cards. And it was done back in 2014. And now, every day, 1 million Londoners are using Visa in order to pay for fare, for trips, and instead of Oyster. And the city is happy that the system which they have developed is not used so widely because its maintenance was too costly for the city. All the functions which were incorporated into Oyster, zoning, and dependence on the number of trips within a day, these functions now are replicated in Visa cards. A similar problem was addressed in the city of New York when the travelers, tourists, really had to line up in a long queue in order to buy a card. And metro in New York is one of the most popular means of public transportation. And again, we implemented a scheme when the payment could be done by Visa cards, thus decreasing the number of people involved in the maintenance of that system. But what do you need from the cities? Any propositions in terms of the improvement? Are you the first to propose the improvements, or the cities would reciprocate? So what do we have to do in order to bring about more such improvement ideas? Well, in some cities we approach the municipal authorities, or sometimes the city authorities would approach our local offices. Most often, I think, we have to identify whether there is a problem, and certainly advanced municipal authorities really can identify problems quite quickly, understanding that there is an issue, and then altogether we see how we may address that problem, that issue. Usually it would require dramatic investments into the IT infrastructure, differential payment system depending on the zones, on the time of travel. It's very time-consuming and costly, but it helps to address a whole range of problems. Moscow is one of the most advanced cities in terms of the payment infrastructure, thanks to the city authorities, which pays a lot of attention to such systems. And I think that the main objective is to bring about some new solutions every now and then. In terms of the Moscow transport diameter, we have implemented a scheme when the payment is done seamlessly. Once you change from one train to another, you don't have to buy extra tickets. You don't have to think whether some discount would be offered. Again, there is a scheme. Once you make a change, certain discounts are being offered. And this is all done seamlessly, contactlessly, which you may find in the wallet of any resident. And certainly we cannot do that without the city authorities and the Moscow diameter operators. Well, the first speaker spoke about the readiness of the city to invest into the new technologies, into the new projects, and you echo that. Certainly I do. Also identified that factor, and we made a research on Superstars network. By the way, Moscow is among the group of cities which actually not only is in that group, is included in that group, but also actually is much ahead of others, increasing the margin. We can discuss what is the cause and effect, but one of the factors was high quality of work skills and quality and quantity of talents, R&D and scientific infrastructure. Well, let me add a couple of words, and certainly I will pass the baton over later on. There is a big rate of adaptation of all the digital innovations. Moscow is very much different from other cities. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And we'll ask Alexei Parabushev, Managing Director, Innovations Agency, and probably he will tell us what features are pertinent to attracting high-tech companies, what challenges and what advantages it may offer. Thank you so much for excellent question. First of all, I'd like to subscribe to the speakers who, before me, stressed a special role of talents and creative potential in the context of interaction between the city and the corporations. Certainly, all the cities are big sales markets, so the cities offer infrastructure for the implementation of new technologies. A critical question is how fast the city is ready to deploy that infrastructure in order to retain its competitiveness, offering comfortable environment and the services which are rendered for the business, for the residents. What we may note as well, most often this would be the ready-made services which the corporations would develop and then would offer to the markets where they're operational. There is another quite important thing, something related to interaction between the city and the corporations in terms of setting up new products and new values. Moscow is very much involved in it, and it offers a lot of potential for the development of that cooperation. In essence, the cities act as a source of talents for corporations, source of technologies for corporations, source of some inspiration, bring about technological solutions. For instance, if we look at where the headquarters of Fortune 500 in the United States are, we'll see that almost all the headquarters are located in top 25 cities with the highest human capital. Moscow, quite recently, was included into top 2. It is second in Europe in terms of ecosystem development, and in Moscow that potential is present. But we need some formats which would allow the corporations and the city to be engaged into such a cooperation. In Europe and the United States, innovative hubs have been set up with corporations being deployed Usually it would be done in some cities. In Paris it would be Station F. In Berlin it would be Innovation Alley and other types of infrastructure which promote interaction between local talents, start-uppers, technological entrepreneurs, major corporations, with a global vision and understanding of the markets, not of the regional ones, but also the global ones, and that may offer business expertise. The city, promoting that interaction, not only creates new jobs, but also develops the whole ecosystem. In Moscow, such a system has already been set up, and Moscow has Skolkovo since long ago, and that's a huge and very much respected institution. But for such a mega city, one or even two such hubs won't be enough. Innovative Cluster Fund and Innovative Agency also launched another initiative. In Krasny Oktyabr, or Red October, and quite recently we had the issue of 100 or launch of 100 startups, which in close cooperation with corporations are developing innovative products that in future will become subject matter for global replication. And another factor is quite important, the accelerators. For 2 years, we are involved in the Moscow Accelerator program. More than 30 corporations, international and Russian ones, are engaged in it as partners. And the main objective is to find promising ideas, technologies, and business models that later on could quite quickly be tested and piloted within the city infrastructure. And because of that corporate leverage, we could replicate that in other regions. Another quite important project which provides for the speed of deployment, the pilot sites project. We are doing that along with the Information Technologies Department. New innovative solutions can be deployed quite quickly and incorporated into the city environment. This is one of the key factors behind the competitiveness of the cities. We see that the businesses and the residents are very much demanding for high innovations, and this is very challenging for the municipal authorities in order to somehow live up to these expectations. Therefore, there are three key elements which are present here in Moscow. These are about technological hubs, accelerators, and the pilot platforms or sites, which allow us to bring together Russian and foreign corporations and match them with the Russian resources and talents in order to develop technological solutions. Thank you so much. Along with us is Slajan Prakatil, head of rankings for cities with the highest quality of life. Mercer is one of the most well-known rating agencies, and many companies are guided by the ratings when they decide what city to come to Slajan. What factors, in your opinion, are most important for the cities in order to attract new businesses, international businesses, or regional businesses? What would you advise to the cities?
There are a few things, and maybe I just can share a few slides about it. And I think what is really important is to just come up quickly to see where Marshall McLennan has got his 34 companies. Within that is Mercer. We'll look at career and health and wealth, and I think that's where it's quite important to highlight. And then we have the elements where we have Guy Carpenter, Marsh, and Orion, which have got very distinct businesses. And if you look into the area where we are discussing, I think that's the most important. What should be a city attractiveness? Why should be a city attractive? I think there are three components which I see, and we are talking about businesses, which is extremely important because that brings, whether it's a local business, whether it's a regional business, or whether it's an international business, it brings on a lot of added value, but also for investment money to be able to reinvest and reallocate into the infrastructure, in the housing, in the education, into many other health facilities for the location. So, but there are three things. There's the element of the businesses, there's the resident, to make sure that you have all the needs for attractiveness for the resident, because that differs quite a lot from local or international, where we are looking into international mobile talent. We look also into looking at the visitors. It's extremely important also. It's also generating a revenue that we should never forget. So it's really not only to attract, but it's to maintain these people as well, to maintain these businesses. Especially with the COVID right now and the pandemic, we kind of see that there's a competition, and the competition is global. It's not just between the mega cities, but it's also related to the other cities, also tier 1, tier 2 locations, which are more aggressive to be able to take their share in the globalization. So I think that's also very important to highlight when you look into it. And when you look also, when I was saying on the globalization, is really to compete, to grow, to inspire, and to connect. To connect is extremely important as well. Is to connect. During this year, we kind of witnessed how difficult was the connection, and especially with the lockdown, and not be able to move around as we would like to. But the connection and connectivity is extremely important. It's also to inspire. We were talking a lot about different companies, how they kind of invest in the culture, how they invest in the infrastructure. And I think that's also extremely important to look into it. And what we see in the locations right now is a couple of elements, looking at how they are engaged in the development, how they promote also, because the promotion, and I will just have a quick word after that, on the promotion and networking and branding of the location, which is extremely important. And it's also to build the vision of the location, how they move forward when we look at all the other possibilities of cities and so on. And we did a kind of analysis a couple of, 1 or 2 years ago on People First on the mega cities. And we need to kind of link four pillars. And you look at the 4 pillars, which are, looking at human and social aspect of it, which is basically looking at different elements. You look at the wealth of what exactly the money, basically of people. When you look at money, is salary, benefits, income, and so on. A career, that's also very important. And career, and as I heard a lot in the previous discussions, it was looking at education. You need to have universities and education facilities to have talent, and that the companies can really come and join easily. And that's also something very important to correlate when you look at these different elements. So you can have, obviously there are the main components of a quality of life of a location, looking at safety, health, recreational facilities. But if you go even beyond that, there are other elements also which needs to be considered. And we were looking at recently on a few elements of the correlation between the quality of living and the cost of living of a location. And sometimes it's very important to see that, it's not just looking at these 2 elements from the tip of the iceberg. It's looking more further, looking at the affordability of housing, the quality of the housing, income, the job opportunities, is it child-friendly, user education, social security, taxations also. These are all, whether it's employee or employer taxations, whether it's benefits. Some countries you have different benefits which could be cumbersome or could be very expensive. So these are all elements that brings the attractivity for a company. And we do look when we discuss with cities and looking at site selection of locations on where a company needs to go and really focus. And these are the couple of elements that we kind of highlight with regards to the attractivity of a city. And I think it's extremely important to consider those ones. When we look at, in a kind of SWOT analysis that we would provide, and then we kind of translated that into a city perspective, we need to see a few areas. We need to kind of understand the strengths of the location. And those are to really make sure that those strengths are maintained from a global perspective. Again, this is not something that we can we kind of analyze. We have to understand which are those ones. We have to also understand the weaknesses, and also what kind of locations could leapfrog us. And as I said, mega cities always think that we have international airport, we have the best infrastructure and so on. But nowadays,
Slatin, 1 minute if possible.
Yeah, sure. And then we'll be able to go through all these different elements. Now, when you go to the, in kind of concluding these elements, I think there's a few areas that we kind of look at smart. And when we say smart city, what I kind of look at it is, to be specific and engaged, be measurable in the project, from a time and cost, be relevant, achievable, and timely factors. It should not be, addressed right now, but it should be also for the future. So a city on the overall, as I kind of heard, is, a city for living, where crime rate is low, where sufficient leisure facilities, connected, vibrant from a culture perspective, green and competitive as well with regards to all other aspects. So I think these are the different elements that we need to consider when we look at locations and cities. Thank you.
Большое спасибо.
Thank you very much. It means that every city has to look at different factors, good business conditions, as we heard from the first speaker, good co-investment opportunities, readiness for innovations and digitalization, creating innovative companies, comfortable conditions for citizens, for employees of companies. So there are lots of conditions you have to look at. Konstantin, do you have something to add to this list? And what are other factors which are important? And what would you recommend to Moscow and other cities? I would want to say that competition between cities for attracting larger companies, that's a very important instrument of development. I was happy to hear the presentation from Sergei that Moscow and Moscow authorities are really so much focused on continue to develop, to compete for large corporations. Of course, Moscow is the champion of Russia, champion of the Eastern Europe, and they do not have any other cities which are close to the role of Moscow. Education, universities, human capital are important here. 20 years ago, Boeing was looking for the second headquarters location in the Americas. The main factor was simply tax reduction. Chicago and Illinois managed to provide better tax conditions, and Boeing moved the headquarters. But when a couple of years ago, Amazon, one of the largest companies in the world, was looking for the place for headquarters, they were thinking about strong universities in the city. They wanted to have good infrastructure, certain amount of citizens, quality, high-quality labor. But universities were one of the most important factors. And also Chicago, Boston, or eventually New York and Washington, Virginia, Cluster 1. It's where several top 50 universities are located. And I would say that in Moscow, on the one hand, I know it's really a lot has been done by the Moscow government to support higher education. We see what you do when we see High School of Economics, Moscow State universities. A lot is being done for these top universities. But a lot of work we do not see, it's invisible. We get rid of hundreds of universities which had to be restructured long ago, which are not the champions. But it's been done finally, while not so many people notice it. But we don't have Stanford or Berkeley yet in Russia. I am a professor of the High School of Economics. I would want to have, I would want my university to be as good as those ones. But we can't compete as of now. And I'm not only talking about the higher education. I would think that our city would be more efficient if if opposition candidates could participate in the election. I understand that the life of bureaucrats, the life of the mayor would have been more difficult, but why should we make their life more difficult? They would achieve better results for the citizens. They would have become more efficient. Coming back to the universities, I'm a Muscovite, and of course I'd like to see life in Moscow very comfortable. But this is a task of the federal government to make sure that cities can compete for major companies, could compete for good education. Education is one of the most important channel of communication. If Russian government develops universities at other cities, this would create opportunities for the cities to compete. This would give them opportunity to compete with Moscow, at least start competing. And this would create great progress for the country. I think it's the better tool of development than the direct investments. We help many companies. My company helps other major businesses to choose places for their divisions, manufacturing divisions, R&D divisions. And I would say that in the last 10 years, more and more companies think that the main factor, it's not the cost of infrastructure at a certain city, education or business center, but the good talent pool. So we know what are the universities there, what are the skills of graduates, what are the scientific centers there, and whether they are able to efficiently cooperate. All of these are important factors for making decisions. Yes, I agree. Good university is not the place that just teaches well, but university is a place which attracts talented people. Lots of people come to Moscow to study. They move to Moscow. We attracted them. It's actually even more important that we managed to teach them well. So you want to see Moscow as a magnet for talents, right? Because that's the place where we have great opportunities for work. And if we have lots of talents, then we'll have many companies which will be able to develop business there. And the city will be able to develop. This is sometimes a vicious circle, and I'd like to see this as the virtuous circle. I'd like to thank all the discussion participants. I think that we will see Moscow as one of the leaders of business activity, not only in European ratings, but in global ratings. And I hope Moscow will be the center of attraction for talents and for companies who are leaders in their industries.
Hello, good afternoon, and welcome. My name is Ian Volner. I'm a writer and journalist and a contributing editor for Architect Magazine and Architecture Today. Before we get started, just a brief proviso. We've had some changes to the lineup, so please do excuse me if I mispronounce anyone's name, as I am prone to do. And then, of course, as we're all accustomed to, or have grown accustomed to over this COVID year, remote communications can be difficult, although we have some heroic work being done by the technical team here. So hopefully everything will go smoothly with the conversation between those of us here in Moscow and those joining us remotely from around the world. Today's panel, To Make a Place, What Are the Must-Haves for the City of the Future? Obviously, cities have been changing at a brisk pace in recent years, Moscow in particular, but all around the world as well. Yesterday's amenities have become today's expectations, that which citizens simply take for granted. And we anticipate, of course, that those kinds of expectations will only grow as time goes by, and we are curious to know precisely what tomorrow's cities will be like. Here to answer that question is an extraordinary panel consisting of Sergei Kuznetsov, the chief architect of Moscow, Vladislav Ovchinsky, head of the State Inspectorate for Real Estate of Moscow, Arjan Dingsta, an architect of Amsterdam-based Unstudio, Simon Glindvad Nielsen, a partner at Living Cities, a Denmark-based urban consultancy, Ziona Sterlitz, founding director of ZZA Responsive User Environments in London, and Galina Gordyushina, engineering director at the Kievskaya Ploshad group of companies. Each of our participants today will speak to us for a few minutes, and then, time provided, and it is, of course, in somewhat short supply, we will hopefully have a Q&A between us at the end. First to speak to us is Sergei Kuznetsov. Mr. Kuznetsov, just in the past couple of days that I've been in Moscow, I've seen a really remarkable change from the last time I was here, as recently as it was about 6 or 7 years ago. Obviously, your office has had a great deal to do with this. Very curious to hear how you've managed it, as well as hopefully what we can expect from Moscow in the future.
Thank you. Вопрос по сигнации.
The question about different places in the city, about placemaking. This is a very important question for me. When I started my job as the chief architect, I was thinking a lot about that. We had this special research about places which are landmarks, which are known globally. And the statistic was rather deplorable. Many cities, especially such cities as New York, apart from some must-haves, there are lots of them. There are some landmarks, and they are places which are really attractive, and they are well known. Not the name of the city, but some places in the city are well known globally. We had a project at Biennale in Venice about VDNH place in Moscow. That's well known in Moscow, but we found out that no one outside of Russia knows about this. It's actually important from the urban planning point of view, but it was not widely known. We invited some international architects and writers writing about architecture. They visited Moscow, they've seen it, but then they were surprised that no one knows about that. We had a special exhibition about the renewal of VDNH. After that, National Geographic included VDNH into top 100 places recommended to international tourists. It was a great example for me. Architecture is interesting, and we should make it well known. Of course, when the place is beautiful, it will become well known, and publicity is also important. We need to create a legend. We need to promote. We need to advertise a place. Because in the modern world, publicity is actually of very high importance. I have a short presentation. We try to shape the architectural image. We pay lots of attention to that. And in different spheres, we think architecture play an important role. For example, here you see a metro station on the left. That's what's been built according to the international competition. It's the new station from the third contour in Mnevniki. And on the right, that's a new station. It's not been built yet. It's the project of Zaha Hadid office. We are going to build this on the big circle line. And this is a good example of creating the place where originally the district was really a common place, was very dull. And these are two examples, good illustration. Actually, there are much more examples like that in Moscow. And it's really a great example of how we change the perception, how we change the whole district. And right now, there are lots of examples in our city of a similar kind. Living environment. You see here some photos of the projects which have been implemented in Moscow. We are implementing hundreds of projects. I can't have all of them on the slide, but architecture of the living environment is important. Here you see, I would say, the mass projects. They are not somehow very specific, but we had international competitions. We were engaging international architects. On the top picture, you have the project for Serb and Molot complex, and there was very interesting park project. There are interesting public spaces, unusual architectural solutions. It's not an elite level complex. I would say it's mass market, but through these open spaces, we can transform the place. We can make it memorable and recognizable. Clicker doesn't work. Okay, it worked. Another thing, the most interesting topic are big public spaces. That's something that's been widely discussed around the world. It's not what we started doing in Moscow. Public spaces are places for people meeting each other. They are places of attraction. Several recent projects. Polytechnical University. It's very close to Zaryadye, close to where we are. It's renewed museum and a public space around it. Triumphальная Square. It used to be just a parking space. We don't have parking there anymore. Now it's a public place with cafes, with swings, lots of trees. It was a small project, just 1 hectare. But swings are rather very popular in Moscow. This is just a plaza, just a square. It got popular around the world just because it has swings. It was really a very unusual decision. Now we are used to that. Why should we be surprised to see swings? But when we just realized it, it became viral. I got photos from different cities of the world. People knew about this square in the center of Moscow. It looks rather serious. It looked very official, but we build there cafes, trees, and swings. And swings are widely used by people. Policemen are using the swings, and even some public officials who go out into the square during their lunch break. And another project, Nazile Embankment, Zil Embankment. And this embankment is making the whole district very popular and famous. architecture there is interesting, but the park and the embankment create this attraction. Social infrastructure, it's also underestimated phenomenon, especially in Moscow. It was underestimated until recently.
It was decided to make social infrastructure, which are being funded from the federal budget, rather boring and following a certain template, but we decided to turn the tables on that. Here you may find several slides. Below you may find a kindergarten, and the upper slide shows the Baumansky Technical University. We tried to make sure that the design is unusual, striking and surprising. When people do not even expect that something could be made like that, and all of a sudden becomes a hallmark thing, it adds attractiveness to that place, to that space, and it becomes special and becomes personalized or tailored. Items of culture were cultural facilities. I'm not sure whether there is another city which would build so many cultural facilities. In terms of the square meters, it would be about hundreds of thousands for square meters, whereas this is not the most important indicator for culture, just like number of pages is not most important for the books. The concert hall where we are located now, Kremlin Museum next to us, just walking distance from here. There are two buildings of Tretyakov Gallery, reconstruction of Pushkinsky Museum, and the list is quite long. And every time, this becomes a whole event for the cultural life in Moscow. Well, this is an open secret that building such cultural facilities become a hallmark event, but we try to make design quite striking, quite important. And there are lots of star architects involved in that activity. Sports facilities. And when we made the tour, Jan probably saw Luzhniki and the aerials and football. This topic is quite interesting for me because when I was young, I did sports quite professionally, and I'm still doing some sports. And when I was trained as architect, my dream was to design sports facilities. It was my personal story. I wanted to bring together sports and architecture. As an architect, I even was in charge of the Luzhniki Stadium. And this is much more than just creating a space or creating a facility. This is a super idea. We have to set up a city with a special attitude towards sport. Probably this is something special for me, and I do hope that in Russia we have special attitude towards everything. The mass sport culture is on the rise in Moscow. For instance, jogging culture, running culture, and I belong to the runners and joggers myself. And we see the rise in the number of participants in the Moscow Marathon. I am confident that this attests to the fact that the urban development added to the rise of that culture. We all now are dependent on COVID-19 restrictions, and I do believe that every person may make a contribution to their own health, and I'm very glad that we as architects could make such a contribution. Thank you.
How long the book is, but goodness, that certainly is a very long book of accomplishment. We turn now to Vladislav Ovchinsky, again the head of the State Inspectorate for Real Estate here in Moscow. Mr. Ovchinsky, as it's been described to me, your job is something like to make Muscovites follow the rules when it comes to real estate development and not create some kind of disaster area out of their own homes or the homes of their neighbors. This does not strike me as an easy, much less an enviable task. I'm curious to know how you've accomplished it and how you're refining the means of accomplishing it in the future.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak up. In essence, all these beautiful spaces and places of spending time, some public spaces, certainly are not created from scratch. Moscow has a very dense development, and it was not a greenfield project. And what has been created now, what we see in the streets of the city, has been created in the context of quite tough circumstances. 1990s, on one hand, provided for big rise in the number of houses built, but at the same time it lacked the order. It lacked the regulations. There were a lot of dilapidated houses and facilities, structures, especially in the industrial zones, which are being renovated at the moment. Back in 2011, 10 years ago, the city looked totally differently. This was a city with lots of advertisement, street advertisement, unregulated structures, kiosks, meaning that the spaces were not designed for people, but designed for the commercial purposes, for the commercial use. Over the last decade, we had to make a number of activities so that we could feel at ease living in a comfortable and convenient place. Certain progress was made in terms of regulation, in terms of organization. In early nought years, in early 2000 years, there was no regulation for the construction done by the without permits. The legislation didn't provide for any penalties, any measures to prevent the construction with no permits, and still we are taking stock of what's been built over the last 10 years. Over the last 10 years, I think that lots of regulations were passed. The capital structures are now being regulated, and non-capital structures such as summer cafes, non-stationary points of sale are now being regulated. 15 years ago, the real estate inspection was set up. It started with the oversight over the land plots in the city. But over the last 10 years, our inspection acquired lots of authority, lots of power, so that we could regulate lots of items of renovation. We have the power to identify the buildings which were constructed without permits and ending with their demolition. This slide shows that throughout that period of time, we dismantled or demolished about 4 million square meters of houses built without permits. And that means that we eliminated the danger, thwarted the danger for the residents of the city, and actually something which looked very scary. We are taking stock of these buildings constructed without permits to identify most troublesome facilities. Also, certain sanctions, certain penalties were imposed for building the facilities which are detrimental to the face of the city. For instance, actually the entrepreneur may pay up to 4% of the cadastre value for the non-targeted use of the land plots. So it means that we're making sure that the land plots are used according to the permits, according to what they are designed for. Over the last several years, so the last 3 years, we started resorting to new technologies, innovative technologies, in order to improve the efficiency, to renovate the territory of the city. On a permanent basis, we are operating the drones, which are scanning the territory to identify the nascent problems. So meaning that we are not reactive, we are proactive. We have developed advanced algorithms to identify problems and violations. So last year we made an experimental test. Along with the digital department, we launched artificial intelligence technology to identify the problems in terms of real estate and property and to prevent these problems from occurring. You may see that 78% of all the troublesome facilities are being identified using artificial intelligence. This improves the efficiency of our work, and it means that the city actually is released of ugly structures. Besides, we are not limited by the textbook powers which we have. We cooperate with the urban planning and urban management departments. We're involved in the renovating of public spaces, creating not only the new centers of gravity, but we also rehabilitate the objects of heritage, the monuments of architecture. We focused this year on the central district of Moscow. We developed certain roadmaps to somehow rehabilitate, to repair, to maintain such cultural objects. As a result, 10 years after, this is what Sergei Kuznetsov spoke about, we created beautiful public spaces. On the first place, I showed to you the same locations, but 10 years ago, as you see, they look totally differently. Now, Muscovite, no visitor to Moscow probably would like to find himself in the streets of Moscow 10 years ago, which are actually full of advertising, which are full of houses which are being built without permits. We call on the entrepreneurs to follow the regulations and urban development rules which are being developed by the architects, by the urban planners and the professional community. And I do think that over the last 5 years, we dramatically changed the culture of perception of the public places and public spaces. The entrepreneurs and the residents are now more accurate, more cautious, taking care of the city they are living in. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ovchinsky. It really is a quantum improvement in enforcement in public spaces and citywide, as I've observed. We turn now to the first of our remote contributors. Orion is a senior architect at Unstudio. Unstudio has been among the most influential forces in defining the look of contemporary cities. What appeared futuristic some 20 years ago has again become one of these expectations many citizens have of how global cities are meant to look. But Orion, I understand you're going to take us beyond that. You're going to tell us something about future-proofing the future.
Yes, thank you for the kind introduction, and thank you for inviting me to tell a little bit about our work and how we look at the future cities. As you said, I'm a director, senior architect at Unstudio. I'm based in the Amsterdam office, and we work across the globe from different satellite offices we have, and at the same time we also work from Amsterdam across the globe. And that kind of collective knowledge on different cultures we try to merge in our projects. And thinking about the question, what are the kind of must-haves for future cities, we found that a lot of our work is kind of focusing around making really good public transportation hubs. But beyond the idea of traveling, it's about connectivity. It's connectivity of bikers and pedestrians. So this last mile connection to and from stations, we think is the most important thing. So stations should be embedded in our city fabrics, and they should become more than stations. They should connect to different modalities, but as total also provide a kind of experience. And this is the Arnhem station, the last two images that we built and completed in 2016. And what we've seen is that the citizens of the city took ownership of this project. They see it as their city lounge. They have events there. They have theater classes. They do urban sports in the environment. So not just being kind of very functional station, it's a very compact kind of multimodal node. It also provides kind of center for the city, like the clubhouse for the citizens. And we think these kind of transportation nodes, we could almost see them as the kind of cathedrals of the future. They should be really the center of societies, and they, in that sense, provide much more than just a kind of transit environment and a transit experience. And that notion of diversity of spaces, the double use of spaces, is something that we try to build in every project. This is a quite early example. This was actually 20 years ago, one of my first projects I was working on as a young architect at Yoon Studio. And this is the museum for Mercedes-Benz. And we designed that not just around the collection of the cars of Mercedes-Benz and the history of such an important brand within the German cultural history. But we designed this building to have a lot of spaces which didn't have really programming, that would allow for spontaneous events. And what we now see is that this building hosts more than 300 events a year next to the museum operation, something they didn't think about in the future. And we think our buildings and our cities should function like that. We should have unprogrammed spaces that allow for spontaneous events by the citizens, spontaneous use, and in that sense, become much richer environments and experiences. And of course, we're talking about densification of cities as well, but we want to do this densification in kind of combination of integrating green in the buildings to really create vertical communities that also blend their way into the urban environments, not just in high-rise type, but also in combining and stacking program in a smart way. The project you see on screen right now is a project we have under construction in the city of Istanbul in Turkey. And there we were confronted with the old police academy in the city center of Istanbul, unused site, uninhabited. And we provided, first of all, lots of retail and offices within the city fabric. But on top of that, we created a new 12,000 square meter park, on which we placed 3 kind of very elegant and slender high-rises that pull up that park also on top of their building skin. And as such, we provide a whole new city park to the city of Istanbul. So not just adding program, but also adding places for leisure and relaxation. And of course, we've discovered in the past year that these kind of places where we can go out into the green within our city are of extreme importance for the happiness and health of our citizens. And if we think about new buildings, this is an example of a project we have currently under construction, which is a mixed-use project. It's combining the headquarters of Booking.com, a travel company, together with housing in the city center of Amsterdam. So we're blending working with living in a lush green environment. We like to use and bring that green not only around our buildings, but also into our buildings and bring programs together. So not working at the edge of the city, but blending it with living in the city center. And just to illustrate that, there will be 5,000 people working in this building, and the company will only take 50 parking spots. All the rest of these people working in this building will come by foot or by public transport or by bike, which of course is a very important means of transportation in the Netherlands as well, in Denmark, where Simon will probably tell a little bit more about later. And we want to do that in a kind of sustainable framework. This is a university building where we are achieving a net zero positive building in complete transparency. So almost blending 2 elements you could not combine, transparency and openness, connecting the students with their teachers between different faculties, and at the same time, building a building that delivers energy instead of using it from the grids. And that use of digital technology to create the best environments, I think, is something that kind of blends through our work more and more. We're designing a smart city neighborhood where we will use data as a currency between the inhabitants. So instead of giving our data away for free to Facebook, etc., we try to use it as a commodity, as a trading element within this residential neighborhoods to enhance the living standards of the citizens. And as a last element, I would like to introduce you to kind of new means of transportation that we've been working with over the past years, or working for the city of Gothenburg. This is an example in the city of Amsterdam, where we're using urban cable car connections to really connect the, let's say, last dots in the public transportation network. And that will take out a system like this can take out like 2,000 cars or 100 buses. So it will relieve traffic from the city centers and giving a very pleasant electric transportation means to the people, and connecting that also to these last mile transportation networks again. Of course, connecting pedestrians, but also bikes. And in the Netherlands, we started implementing even high-speed bike lanes. So with the kind of start of the electric bikes, they are getting faster and faster. So we're getting highways for our bikes right now. And we want to connect them to bus systems, but also to this kind of cable car systems to connect the dots in the city. Right now, we even have in Russia a cable car project on the construction. It's connecting Russia and China over the Amur River. So we are really proud to be part of that as well. And we're looking ahead. We're working a lot on studies, for example, on the Hyperloop system, integrating new means of fast transportation, connecting European cities, and bringing that thinking along in a lot of speculative proposals. So we're thinking about our cities 30, 40, sometimes 50 years ahead in the future, how we would live, how we would take use of energy, and how we would use transportation, even thinking about how we can bring food production in vertical typologies in our future high-rises. So with this last image, I would like to end my short intro on our work and our ambitions and aspiration in future-proofing the future for our cities to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Orion. Our next guest is Ziona Sterlitz, the founding director of ZZA Responsive User Environment. Ziona, as one who specializes in the urban spaces and overall environment, this has obviously been an extraordinary time for cities, especially considered as organic entities, places for the sustaining of life. I am curious to know how you think cities can be made, how that organism can be preserved even in such challenging circumstances, and whether, and I have a feeling I know the answer, it's a matter of individual interventions or the overall view.
Well, thank you very much, Ian, and delighted to be joining you, albeit from London. I wish I were present in Moscow, but I look forward to that on another occasion. So what is my view on must-haves for future cities? I accept the view that trophy buildings have some positive purpose. They do confer identity and confidence, both on the local and the international stage. So I concede the point. But big has always been key to trophy urbanism. There's been a fascination down the ages with big, and I think it's no surprise that all of the 7 wonders of the ancient world are defined by their magnitude. But big's commonplace now, and tall is no longer a differentiator in serving that purpose. The candy jar is so full of lollipops now, so we had to look to something else. Hello, enter competitive form. This is from the City of London, where I live. You could see, you know, in this jostling match, each individual building is diminishing the uniqueness of everything else. So on the aspect of big, I think that wide is also not a must-have anymore. If we look at ground scrapers, which are, you know, big buildings on their footprint and sprawling office and retail parks, they have disbenefits. Travel, the time it takes to get in and out or across, inconvenience, but particularly from a human and organizational point of view, a sense of anomie and lack of buzz. So I was very privileged to work on what at the time was a pioneering scheme near Heathrow Airport. It offered unique car access and very rich level of landscaping. And then I was subsequently commissioned by one of the large corporate occupiers to do a post-occupancy evaluation. And rather shocked to hear that from the user point of view, the verdict was too much space. Again, on another study, we researched the experience of a population moving from this award-winning grade A building on your left to the most basic workspace in leftover technical building. And the user verdict was very counterintuitive on the face of it. The basic workplace rated the same or better than the grade A that had the cafes and the gyms and all of the lifestyle stuff in it. Why? Because it was compact, because it was intuitive to use, because there was a face-to-face community, and you could get in and out quickly and easily. And lastly, on the subject of big space, a recent research project we did before COVID was a post-occupancy evaluation of this very large building in London. And it has many successes, but it also offered a notable perspective on spatial scale, which is that this kind of size is only one way of doing it. And there is a kind of changing perspective on scale. So what I really want to focus on is that I think it's time to park our preoccupation with big and to leverage some of our learning from users. And this is the entry pages of a recent essay I've written in a special issue of architectural design called The Business of Research. So my practice's research on user experience covers all spaces, workspaces, and campus, and across this very wide variety of business and life sectors that I have listed here. And what it shows is that what users wanted before COVID is what they actually want, I think, going forward. They want smaller scale, a tighter grain, walkable districts and walkable buildings, airiness, daylight, healthy and active, natural, green, and community focused. And if those are the only things that I really leave you with today, I will have done the job. Because I think now is an inflection point. The COVID laboratory that we've been so helplessly living through shows that these attributes matter even more. And these are city must-haves, in my view, going forward. Oh, I seem to have stuck. So a lot of my research shows that proximity is very integral to successful functioning. And I think this ties in well with what Arjan's talking about. We did a research study on livable lives, which shows that our biology is fighting extreme commuting. And then we did a study which was called Why Place Still Matters in the Digital Age, which you could download from our website. It looked at a very large sample of where do people who have choice choose to work? And the number one criterion was location. What people want is away from home, but close to home. And so in the decade prior to COVID, we had this massive explosion of third place working, of every style and subculture, both commercial and civic. And now working near home is center stage. And I think working near home venues are a must-have going forward. So COVID has brought a new appreciation of localism. Apart from workspace, what must urban villages or the 15-minute city offer for live engagement and virtual connection? And the two main messages I gave in recent evidence to the London Assembly's Planning and Regeneration Committee was the must-haves to strengthen local centres are rich content, so varied reasons to come together, and mixed use for the economic and social multipliers that the synergies offer. And quality, quality, quality. I can't emphasize enough how important this is, both for appeal, but also quality gives the confidence that we used to get from big. And we're talking about quality throughout, quality in buildings and quality in the public realm. There are loads of commercial opportunities here and catalysts for policy and investment with new formulations. In COVID, it's shown how important allotments are and developers using vegetable patches to tempt buyers because people's appetite is for a new menu of experiences. and enriching the touch points for purposeful participation. This was a project that I've worked on. It's absolutely wonderful, called the White Collar Factory in London. So my conclusion is that the must-haves are in fact attributes and mix, not star objects. We're talking about diverse and useful, healthy, active and green, smaller scale, spatially distributed across the whole city, not just the central business district, and in everyone's easy reach. Thank you very much. Delighted to be here.
From London. And now Simon Glinvad Nielsen, a partner at Living Cities. Living Cities, rather a unique sort of urban consultancy that collaborates with city governments and with others, and does so perhaps less from a sort of one might call a technocratic perspective than one of direct interaction and almost a narrative approach. I think what you have today for us is something of a narrative, Simon, in the kind of research that you guys have conducted, for example, with the Empty Square platform, the sort of a professional share space. I'm curious what kind of lessons you think you've learned and how they can be applied to find the must-haves of the city of tomorrow.
Thank you very much. And, I'm glad to be with you from Copenhagen. And I think that my best answer to you today would be to offer a story. I don't have a slideshow for you, so it'll be me and just my voice. At the dawn of the new millennium, my grandfather was diagnosed with dementia. He had been the embodiment of the Scandinavian welfare system, rising from a childhood in near poverty to heading the local police force in Elsinore, which is home to Shakespeare's Hamlet. He was a strong and loving man, but quickly became a shadow of himself. He developed odd routines, donning his uniform at night, slicing bread without end, and nearly setting the house on fire. Within a year, his sense of space and time had vanished, and my grandmother had to move him into a retirement home. The one thing that constantly could make my grandfather happy at the retirement home was his sense of community. Eating, socializing, singing, dancing, the morning gymnastics, the sense of bonding and belonging, it seems, would not surrender to dementia, even as language, memory, and muscle strength gave in. So, what happened? We're wired to be social. Community is keeping us alive, and this shows in the way that we're shaping our surroundings. When we're creating thriving, vibrant places, we're building social capital. Research shows that social capital not only makes us healthier, but also happier, richer, more educated, even more just. Now, social capital doesn't just happen. It needs social infrastructure. It needs informal meeting places. It needs restaurants, libraries, shops. It needs the constant dialogue between past, present, and future. New results indicate that cities with a strong social capital are up to 10 times as resilient as those with a weak social capital. So when we set out to discuss the needs of our future cities, I'd like to offer a proposition. What if the superstar city is not the city offering the most iconic buildings, themed experiences, and smart technology? What if the superstar city is the city that can heal us and bring us back to ourselves as individuals and communities? What if the superstar city is an invisible city that let human interaction be the single most important factor? Let me give you an example. A year ago, we were approached by a group of Danish developers wanting to make a bid for the largest urban development in Denmark to date. Challenge us, they said. We want to do something new. We want to create a city that's not only livable, but truly living. We sat down with them and asked them to describe their dream city. We had one condition. They could only tell us about people. No buildings, no plazas, no malls, no roads. Being developers, they didn't like this at all. But slowly, they got into it, creating a story of life, meetings, relationships, and even cohesion. We spent months doing this, and one day the story had come to an end. This is a good story, we told them. Now, you draw the buildings, making room for it to become real. They did, and they won the bid. Shortly before my grandfather passed away, I visited him at the retirement home. He was neither in his room, nor in the communal spaces. Eventually, I found him in one of the long corridors, looking miserable, confused, and scared. He didn't want to do anything, didn't want to move. I found a couple of kitchen chairs, placed them right in the middle of the corridor, took a couple of beers in the fridge, and offered my grandfather a seat. He sat down, exchanging nods with the other residents shuffling by, and slowly a smile appeared on his face. We had made a modest space for ourselves, reconnecting us to community. It wasn't much, but it was enough. So this is my idea of a superstar city. A city bringing us back to life, reconnecting us, healing us. Thank you, Ian.
Thank you so much, Simon. And finally, Galina Gordyushina is the Director of Design of Kievskaya Ploshad. Galina, your brief has overlapped actually somewhat with Sergei's. You've worked on the VTB Arena Stadium, Luzhniki Grand Sports Arena, and other major projects around the city, major urban amenities. Speaking from the development perspective, what do you think is it that has made these projects the successes they've been, and what kind of lessons have you learned from helping to create them?
Смотрите, мне кажется, что немножко...
I think that you didn't... yes, I was participating in VTB Arena Park, but I was going to talk about something else. Right now, I am into some other projects. I'm going to talk about our projects, the project of Kievskaya Ploshad group of companies. We own real estate, commercial real estate objects. We are the biggest owner of such type of facilities. We own Европейский, Ukraina, Olympijski sports complex and a hotel which is nearby, which is being built close to Zaryadye. It's also our property. And I wanted to talk about commercial attractiveness of our objects. But we do understand that we can't make facilities attractive if they are not popular with the populations. If people love it and are attracted to it, then we'll get commercial success as well. And this will help us to create the place which will be the place of the city of the future.
Is one of the examples of a recent gastro court, which is called Lisnaya Depo. It has become one of the most favorite places for Muscovites. At the moment, it's been visited by 11 million people a year. This is actually no less than Zaryadye Park, although actually square is only 25,000 square meters. It's been built on the place of former Cholibas depot, our Soviet legacy, and it fit very well into the historical look of the city. And we show that this is actually how we may provide for one of the basic functions for the people, food, nourishment, we use the polyfunctionality principle, and we combined different targeted audiences. So it means that we were not guided by one targeted audience. In that sense, this place has been visited by people with different income, with different lifestyle, and they can find something appropriate for them. It's been visited by the business, by the young people, and certainly it provides for the synergy of these targeted audiences, and it makes the site very popular. On the territory, you may find 75 different gastronomic concepts. In addition, there are 19 standalone restaurants, and you may see here the layout. There is some places for sports, a boxing club, a posh one. Different services also are rendered, such as pharmacies, banks. It means that people may spend whole day long there, having some business meetings, etc. Just one of the examples. Another case, one of the most needed components for the convenient, comfortable life of people, certainly that's the transport accessibility, connectivity. Setting up transportation hubs, what our online colleague spoke about, this is something which we all are doing. One of the examples, this is Nagatinskaya hub, multimodal hub, which at the moment is under construction. And under one roof, you may find different means of transportation. For instance, that's a business center. From floor 6 to floor 10, below floor 6, you will find other commercial spaces, and you may get out of metro. Also, you may see the exit to the railways, and there is a parking lot found between different floors. So it means that may actually have workplace there, do sports. There are shops located there. It means that people, without necessarily leaving the building, may change different modes, different means of transportation, which is very convenient, very attractive for the people. This is how actually this building would look like. Recently, we commissioned, here it is, a facility which has become very popular among the Muscovites, polyfunctional and multifunctional facility Moskovский, the very first such bus terminal located right on the roof. This is an international terminal which receives lots of routes. Before, it would be located under a bridge. It was a tiny one, a not very convenient one, but we rebuilt it. The rakes for the buses allow us to bring the buses to floor 6. The distribution terminals are located there, very convenient waiting rooms for the people. Besides, it's connected to other functions as well. There are some sports clubs and enormous fitness club. It means that people waiting for their bus can do some shopping, sit in a restaurant, and even do some sports. Besides, and something I did not include into the slides, but this is what everyone expects from us. When we are done with reconstruction of Olympijski Stadium, and certainly it would be one of the hallmark events as how the space may be accommodated for the people. This is one of the biggest construction sites of Moscow. Just wait for 3 years more, and we'll see one more big public space in Moscow for the people and for spending your leisure hours. That's it. Thank you so much.
And thank you, Galina. Well, as it happens, We have 5 minutes for questions, which is not much time. Perhaps I'll start just with one big one, and we can make the best of that. We have, whether it was by design or not, a kind of a neat split in our panel today between those joining us from elsewhere, who mostly represent the people in the urbanism field trying to influence what gets done, and those here with me in the room who are all in a position to actually make it happen in the form of enforcement, development, and design. I guess the question I have, we have an array of proposals from Ziona, Simon, and Ariane. Simon gesturing towards an empathetic approach, Ziona towards making a case for quality and a holistic outlook, and Orion, of course, with a remarkable kind of urban vision. What I'm curious about, and Sergey, perhaps you could go first, we go down the line, how do you make an audience, a Muscovite audience in your case, recognize that projects are indeed in their interest? How do you overcome the natural resistance some people to have towards change? And have you found yourself, do the kind of approaches you've seen from the other contributors today seem like promising ones, or ones that you yourself are attempting to implement now?
Thank you so much. I just thought that the topic of the discussion, and there is some duality between some general things, general perception and needs, which we have to identify in every project. And the topic at hand is about some hallmark of nature, creating something interesting, something unusual. And how to identify what is unusual there. This is a matter of coincidence or accidentality, so to say. And you have to follow the line of events. So the colleagues spoke about the importance of following certain principles and guidelines. People accept something, they like it when there are some intimate places, when even in some big facilities you may find the services which offer some cozy atmosphere. And this is a philosophy which we follow in all the projects. For instance, renovation project of our 5-floor facility, a giant project. When we speak about creating certain space, some targeted space for the people, but I think that this is a project not about design or some bright architecture. This is a project which is aimed at adding new value, new quality, which would be filled with the principles and instruments which were highlighted by the panelists. I hope that such a systemic work through, for instance, municipal city standards. 6 years ago, in 2015, we published the standards for residential development. We outlined all the principles, stating then that, for instance, the entry door should be transparent, and that there should be no steps before the doorsteps. I see it that we can improve the legislation, the regulations. We can engage the architects who are ready to bring in their ideas, who are ready to translate that into the language of some specific project. In addition, we may use some chances, the opportunity to somehow implement a hallmark designs and projects where the budgets allow for that, where it is welcomed by the people, because not always people welcome these things. Sometimes they believe that such outstanding, such unusual architecture would not be attractive. For instance, we had cases when some contests were held in order to improve the look of the place, and the residents were very much against that. They believe that we have to leave it the way it is. So there is some room for improvement in terms of regulations and instruments. Moscow made a big journey, a long journey, but still There are some resources which are not still used, and there are lots of places where you can improve something, and let me repeat that, the renovation program for me is one of the biggest opportunities and chances to find these improvements.
As was perhaps inevitable with so broad and ambitious a topic, we are out of time. We might have gone on at so much greater length to discover what the must-haves of the city of the future are, but we've certainly seen a great deal of what the must-haves for the city of the future could be. I'd like to thank all of our panelists for joining us today, all of you here in Moscow, and all of you watching from around the world. Appreciate your being here.
You were amazing, yeah. So that's all.
Раз. Коллеги, добрый день. Рад вас...
Colleagues, good afternoon. I'm glad to welcome you at the 10th International Urban Forum. And in particular, I welcome you to our session, which is called Modern City, Growth for Agglomerations. It's an open secret that big cities are merging into agglomerations, and new transportation solutions technology allow people to reach their destinations much faster. Now people may work from home and not always go to the downtown to work, and would like to discuss how the status for agglomeration is changing, what are the advantages and disadvantages, are there any restrictions, and how we may control and supervise all these changes. My name is Nikita Rumyantsev. I'm head of Moscow Urban Forum Analytics Center, and I will moderate that session. Let me introduce to you our speakers. Mikhail Blinkin, academic supervisor, Dean, Faculty of Urban and Regional Development. He will join us in a couple of minutes. Nadezhda Nilina, urban planner, project leader, head of international business development. Felix Gabriel Lafranchi, managing director, Buenos Aires City, Environmental Urban Plan Council. Ignatiy Danilidi, CEO, A101, and Vladimir Zhitkin, who actually, Mr. Blinken was to start our session with an overview as to how the agglomerations are developing, what technologies are there, how agglomerations are expanding, and it becomes more convenient for people to reach certain destinations. But as far as he is late, I will pass the floor to Nadezhda Nilina, co-author of the book Modern City, Boundaries and Restrictions of the Agglomerations, which actually triggered our discussion. She is the author of this collection of articles. In her article, she considered different environmental challenges posed by agglomerations, and also she discussed different approaches to the master planning, not based on the transportation models or Isaac rounds, but she proceeded from the environmental landscaping. Nadezhda, over to you. I wanted to welcome Michael Blinken, something I cannot do, but I hope that he will join us later and the dialogue will take place. Nikita, thank you so much for your invitation. I was co-author of the collection of articles, not the main author. But if you're interested, this collection has a more detailed layout of what I'm going to tell you now. I will tell you about the basic principles of the regional planning. Let us start with several simple statements. Most of the people are not living just in the cities. The pandemic showed that being pegged, being somehow strictly connected to the place is no longer a reality. The pandemic helped us to test different types of working from home and other types of work. Economic reality is not restricted to cities. Despite the fact that in many places the cities are playing a focal role and remain the growth points, the economic realities and the spreading of the booms is not limited to the cities. We have to adapt for that, and we have to move to the regional planning. You know, the paradigm in which the city is regarded as the main place of life, but now they are regarded as the main employer. Moscow agglomeration, and I'm not an expert in that area, but still, it's a very well-known fact that the Moscow agglomeration is an enormous space where the distance from home to work may range from 2 to something more hours. The main professions such as nurses, doctors, and other people who are servicing that city very often are working in shifts, coming to the city for a week to stay there because the commuting takes too much time. The economic reality somehow exceeds the city limits. I wanted to make reference to Mr. Blinken saying that the infrastructure is the backbone for the planning, and nothing can be done without infrastructure. And this is something which we know very well. Once more territories were connected to Moscow, acceded to Moscow. It was done on the basis of the environmental planning and transportation development. Mostab company at the time paid special attention to the combination of infrastructure and environmental development. The same principles were followed by many stakeholders in the contest for the River Moscow development, combination of infrastructure and environment. Let me share my main bullet point as far as this is the bulk of my work. I wanted to highlight that the climate change is a fact of life and it is threatening the economy and the well-being of people. It is man-caused phenomena, and as far as it is a man-caused phenomena, means that this problem can be solved by the existing technologies, the nascent technologies, and there is nothing that a man cannot do. Inaudible. The lady is inaudible. We no longer can hear Nadezhda. Still inaudible. Can we ask the technicians to check the connection? Apologize for that technical glitch. We'll try to solve that in 10 seconds. Can I fill the gap? Just Nadezhda mentioned Mostab company. Now we are called Australima company. We did a rebranding 5 to 6 years ago. But the territorial planning principles remain the same. And moreover, being Mostab company or A101 company, we approached the objectives of master planning of our land plots, and we looked at the territory in general. The natural carcass, the transportation carcass or skeleton. And certainly we took these principles as the guideline and we retained this backbone. But what is even more difficult, the economic component and the identification of the sequence. Without human capital, without people, it's not possible to develop the infrastructure. And no infrastructure will not attract the human capital. We have to find the right balance. Moscow acted as a driver when city investments were aimed at setting up transport infrastructure. And this is what triggered other projects as well. Thank you so much. While we are checking the connection with Nadezhda, I'm happy to pass the floor to Mikhail Blinkin, who was to inaugurate our session. Mr. Blinkin, can you tell us? Can you disclose to us what is the main driver for the development of agglomeration and transport infrastructure, what role it plays? In this collection of articles, you spoke about centaurs, a new species, human species, which enjoys the transport infrastructure and actually which is adapted for post-COVID world. That's the story behind it. The cities of the world which actually are expanded by means of the suburbs. And there is a huge territory developed with single-family houses. And in the downtown, actually, the high-rises were promoted, 60-story buildings were promoted. But depending on the structure of the city and historical traditions, more and more often, the cities are opting for the car-free development. So it means that I'm buying an apartment there, or I'm renting a flat there, or I have a mortgage there. So I sign an agreement that I'm living in a house without a car.
Otherwise, no one will sell me such an apartment. When I move towards the periphery, then the situation is absolutely different. And according to polling, so many people want to live at the periphery of the city, outside of the high-rise housing. And during these two COVID years, there was a boost of interest to such type of houses. And there we have to be focused on people with cars. We need to have very good highway roads, but we need to get some infrastructure to get to such roads. We need transport. So on the periphery, we need to have access to highway transport and a very dense local network. Moscow is building lots of houses in the T-now, and the density should be 6 meters per 1 kilometer. And these periphery zones of big cities have density of 6 to 10 or more kilometers per 1 square meter of kilometers of roads. Otherwise, it's not possible to participate, to live there. Otherwise, we'll have to invest some fantastic transport solutions. So if there is some area where I live without a car, and there is another area where I live with cars, what will win? What does the consumer want? It's difficult to say. Because apart from these issues of the year 2021, more people want to live in their own house at the periphery of the city. But still, there are some things which start thinking about, and we start understanding how technologies work. Because I have lots of businesses which are not services, which are not related to material production. And I'm not a professor here. As a director, I start saying, oh, why do we need to invite people here? We don't need them here in this office. And I have lots of ideas when, and situations when communications will replace transport. And there are very interesting ideas like residence mobility. There are very clear calculations. A resident of Toronto, of Los Angeles, any rich Western city, his household, according to statistics, it's called household. So they grew, they have children, grandchildren, and on average in rich cities they change place 15 to 18 times. But in Moscow, when you buy an apartment, you live there your whole life, or possibly you live in the same apartment when you lived when your grandmother was alive. And transport mobility will reduce this parasite burden on the city. Instead of commuting from Solaryeva to Mevniki, it's better for you to move closer to your work. Yes, there are lots of services in the West related to mortgage products, because it's rather tricky to change your apartment. But we have such a potential, and it will be used in Russia sooner or later. There is another reserve, another potential, and we know how to use it in Russia. So it's when we have business centers with good co-working in residential apartments. When my employee works from home, then I understand he will be distracted. But is it better for me to come here to my Mysnitska office, or will he go to co-working in T-now? I would say it's better for him to work in co-working 4.5 square meters, quite enough. That's a good potential. A person will save money, he doesn't commute for a long time, and it's also reducing the burden on the transport community. Otherwise, he would have to travel along 22 kilometers road to his office. So we are at the Moscow Urban Forum, and there are lots of things we discuss in articles and at different urban sessions. There are lots of things I can talk about with my colleagues or with my foreign colleagues. It's better to go walk there and see. It's better to see something with your own eyes. I have colleagues who do software for co-working. Oh, it's easier for me to have good communications, maybe not Zoom, but something more advanced when we also have to exchange some slides, some pictures. That's great. There are lots of proposals, lots of solutions. Thank you very much. A short question. Coronavirus pandemic accelerated all the processes such as digitalization and so on. In your view, pandemic, does it make our agglomeration to grow, or is it a temporary effect? I see one of the effects of COVID-19. More people, some people, especially elderly people, moved from metro back to their private cars. Before COVID, I would go to my office by bus 144 because it stops near my home and it's very easy. It's a convenient route. Otherwise, I'll have to go to my underground parking, start the car and drive out. It takes more time. When I take my bus 144, I can enjoy the scenery, and it's more difficult when I'm driving. Now I drive. So now I am a scientist and a person being studied as well. And I can say that myself and other people, as soon as we have this mask regime, when mask regime stops, I would come back to transport. I will still love my car, but I would come back to transport, public transport. In Munich, there is BMW factory in the middle of the center. Great museum, absolutely high-tech, amazing. But next to it, there is Audi factory. And Bavaria people, they are the richest in Europe. They always buy cars. They are not going to abandon their cars. But when you come to Munich, normal German burghers who have 2 cars per family would go to work by train, by bicycle. They do love their cars, but they just get used to rational transport behavior. And we will have the same situation. It looks like we have connections with Nadezhda again. I'll ask the question again. So, we heard that agglomeration develops together with the development of the transport system, and the level of car ownership will grow accordingly. How can we reduce risks of anthropogenic burden? How can we maintain and preserve our environmental biosystems? Nikita, thank you for your question. Dear colleagues, I'm happy to see you all. We are in a tandem today, I would say. One of the main topics which should be mentioned is the following topic. Transport infrastructure, which is the main artifact of civilization, I would say it's the largest artifact. It should be integrated into the ecosystem. And this is my main idea. Regional planning based on landscape environment. It should understand how the dynamic ecosystem works. I will try to clarify. Everyone knows that climatic events get more difficult, they are more frequent. There is no sound. I've lost the connection. Lost the connection with the speaker. Something's wrong today with the connection. I can comment. There was Nadezhda Nilina, architect, really amazing architect and urbanist. She's from Russia. And she had a very good career in very competitive environment. It means that students have good skills in Russia, but the idea of landscape being part of the city, using landscape, as part of the city, it's really, I would say that I'm very sympathetic to this idea. Reasonable developers know about that, because it's easy to sell real estate when there are lots of greenery around. And an article of Nadezhda says that we look at the borders of agglomeration as at the borders of bias system. We think that bias system is the center of everything, and we are trying to look at critical factors of the development. Now I'd like to speak with Gabriele Lanfranchi, a person created Metro Lab in the Massachusetts State University, and he's responsible for agglomeration development in Buenos Aires. Its city is very similar to Moscow, at least by regional municipal structure. They have the same ratio between the province and the urban center. My question to you: what are the global challenges to agglomeration? And maybe there are some regional characteristics. And what's the communication between different municipalities if you want to solve existing challenges?
Thank you so much, Nikita, for the question and for the invitation. I'm really glad to be here for the third time in the Moscow Urban Forum. I feel part of the family at this point, even though I'm not there today due to the pandemics. But I would like to say that, yes, definitely, Buenos Aires and Moscow have many things in common. And one thing that they have in common is the fact that the agglomeration never stops growing. They keep on growing, and the suburbs, as the professor said before, are already part of a very complex system. A complex, in our case, is a complex system of 15 million inhabitants related to 40 municipalities. So every mayor of these different municipalities are facing new problems in the 20th century that we didn't have them, I would say, 20 or 25 years ago. For example, the growing inequality. Inequality is growing all around the world, and especially in big agglomerations. Why? Because these big agglomerations tend to bring people looking for new opportunities, but at the same time they are not able to deliver those services in an equal pace. So why? Because it's a complex system that it doesn't have, let's say, a unique model of management. It's very fragmented. The OECD launched a very interesting study called the Metropolitan Century a couple of years ago, where they managed to show us that fragmentation is totally correlated with loss of efficiency in service providing and also in economic product creation. They evaluate that an agglomeration might lose between 3 and 6% of their ability to create wealth due to this lack of coordination. And at the same time, they found that many cities, or let's say metropolitan areas that created these sort of entities or bodies to manage better those services, can save 50% of that loss. In cities like Buenos Aires, where 50% of the total GDP is created, that means a loss of about 1.5% of the national GDP. So you can imagine how important this is for cities like, for big cities, I would say, and Moscow and Buenos Aires somehow are similar due to their massive scale in every single place, right? So the challenges that they are facing, I go back to the question, are these. Growing inequality, that's definitely something we need to tackle, and we need to tackle as soon as possible. And this is not only related to poverty, this could be also related to aging, could be also related to immigration, could be related to gender. So there are many different aspects of inequality that we need to tackle in that scale, right? Secondly, and not less important, I would say it's really, really important, is very much related with what Nadia was saying before, which is climate change. This is global. It's a global problem, and all the cities are facing it. Once, a very well-known professor, I'm sure Nadia knows him, is Lawrence Susskind, told me at MIT the following. Climate change is a lot of water in a very short period of time, or non-water for a long period of time. Of course, there are other effects like heating, no, like very hot weather that affects the most vulnerable generally, and also could be very strong winds. So there are other manifestations, but this focusing in the relationship between water and cities is basic. So how our agglomerations are thinking in a systemic way to reduce the impact, not to mitigate global carbon emissions, but at the same time to adapt and to be ready, be resilient for new shocks is really a very, very important question. And I would say that not many agglomerations in the world are facing this in a systemic way. Many places of the world, for example, it's the opposite. In New York City metropolitan area, when they had the effects of the terrible Sandy many years ago, of the terrible climate shock, the different counties and the different states started to fight against each other for resources instead of being ready to have, let's say, a cooperative way of facing the problem. Why? Because the bodies are not prepared. And COVID would be the last example of what happened, right? In many areas, for example, Buenos Aires City receives every single day 3 million inhabitants from the province. And we couldn't manage very well that situation. And we needed to create a special table where the president of the nation, the governor of Buenos Aires province, and finally the chief of Buenos Aires City, the mayor, could sit together to face the population. Because if not, we didn't have, let's say, a body that could represent them all. So I think that the main challenge for agglomerations for this century will be metropolitan governance in order to tackle those two challenges, and the third one that the professor mentioned before, which is the digitalization. This will change completely the way we move, the way we work, the way we interact. So cities will change, of course, due to this. And I think if we don't have the right governance tools, we will lose many opportunities.
Спасибо, Габриэль. Можно один маленький уточняющий вопрос?
Thank you very much. Small clarification question. Agglomeration management is important, but what do we start it with? Many people think about transportation because transportation is the backbone, but what else apart from transport? What are other sectors that we should focus upon when we talk about agglomeration governance?
Габриэль, у вас нету микрофона. Да, Габриэль, говорят, случайно, видимо, тоже пропал. Тогда, собственно, передаю слово Владимиру Федоровичу.
Unfortunately, we lost connection, and now the floor to Vladimir Zhitkin. You work with the new Moscow region. Which tools do you use? What's your experience? If I may, I would answer your question about infrastructural components needed, which could be top priority for the mutual development of region and the center. Transport, it is important. All the speakers mentioned that. And this is something linked to the territory. And if you don't have transport, we won't have any other opportunities to solve other challenges. As for the new Moscow, we know from example of the new Moscow, engineering infrastructure is critically important. And we've seen that where some opportunities are missed, Moscow region has its own development program, gas pipes, water management, heat management, they all are not related. And now, together with heads of regions close to the new Moscow region, we are trying to find some compromise in order to improve efficiency of costs. And this helps us to develop backbone engineering infrastructure. I think it's very important, and we need to keep developing that. And there are lots of opportunities to reduce costs. Other sectors, other areas, they are equally important. Social infrastructure can be a good support for the region and for the agglomeration in total. That's economic model. And there are some things like cycling routes, running routes, but transport and engineering infrastructure, it's the main thing. Agglomeration. Let's talk about agglomeration together, Moscow and Moscow region and suburbs. I agree with other speakers that coordination is very important. High quality coordination where we manage both locations together. So it can be either one head or at least one government managing both the suburbs and the city. I wouldn't say it's very safe to talk about it, so I don't want to dwell on that. I'd better talk about coordination of the management of the both regions. Imagine it's one system of governance, then we would have for sure much better results. And there are lots of opportunities. But luckily, now Moscow and Moscow region, they know how to come to an agreement, and with regards to transport as well. New Moscow region, this influences the development of agglomeration, and you can see on the slide that the population in the Moscow region grows, and profits to the budget grow. And you see also the growth in the new Moscow. You see the increase in the population and 200 increase of the housing stock. And
in essence, almost doubled. Everything almost doubled. With such growth, certainly, Moscow is being impacted by the old city limits and by the adjacent regions. When we developed the master plan, we studied the whole adjacent territory, distance 10 to 15 kilometers. It was extremely important for us. We considered all the planning designs, bearing in mind the rise in the housing stock, residential stock, and the working places. When we developed the transport carcass, you may see that on the next slide. That's the transportation carcass which we have developed, and it certainly embraced the development of the adjacent territories to Moscow. Certainly it's been integrated with Moscow, and there were no other options there. But most importantly, when considering all the works which were presented for the international contest in 2012-2013, and bear in mind the development of the Moscow region, this is how we actually developed the transportation carcass. At level of the regional authorities and the federal authorities, Russian railways certainly made a major input designing and building Moscow central diameters. This is a huge resource which was always available, and that's great that we identified it and we found the corridors in order to connect the terminating stations, thus creating connectivity so that people could move without necessarily changing the lines, and thus decreasing the load and the number of vehicles in the streets. So that's the central layout of the metro, which actually connects Moscow and bigger Moscow. As I said, this is about the integration of the bigger city. On the left-hand side, you may see that the central diameter is a unique project, and I'm actually taking it myself, and I see how much it improved the transportation within the Moscow and Moscow region. You may use toll roads in order to go to the central diameters, and leaving that saving up about 30 minutes. I think that we made a real breakthrough, and the breakthrough was made in completing this priority project, which brings together different smaller towns within the Moscow agglomeration. An example from bigger Moscow. I wanted to show to you how a smaller agglomeration, bigger Moscow, again, is being supported by the transportation carcass. And there are new growth points within Moscow. And our main objective is to bring about the transportation connectivity, that you can just reach one point from another point with the shortest time possible. Everyone, all the design bureaus at that international contest confirmed that such a big territory and such low density can develop only once there are certain growth points or points of urban planning and development. So we are following those principles. So we celebrated the 9th anniversary yesterday, and we see that we opted for the right track, although there were a lot of critics to that approach. But now me and all the developers and the business community confirm that the development through the growth points supported by the transport connectivity is the most optimal approach to the development of Moscow. But every growth point should be self-sufficient. They certainly do not look alike. Every growth point has different type of different model of commercial estate development, different working places. Next to the Moscow Ring Road, you may find high-rises, better quality of public spaces. Closer to Kaluga region, the number of floors or stories goes down. But again, most important thing is self-sufficiency of every growth point. This is a smaller agglomeration, which we consider as a challenge. At the moment, we are addressing that with success. Let me highlight another feature of the new Moscow, the bigger Moscow. It's not popular wisdom when this territory was connected to Moscow. The whole territory actually was handed over to major development groups or some legal entities, several companies that acquired those land plots before. We cannot find any counterparts, any similar cases anywhere in Russia that such a huge territory would be owned by private entities. For us, it used to be and still is a major challenge. It still is a challenge because one of the main drivers for the development of any growth point and of new Moscow is setting up jobs, creating new jobs. developers certainly do not want to do that. They want to earn as much money as possible constructing housing, but there are responsible and conscious developers, just like A101, who are building a lot in terms of providing working places, but others who are less responsible, they want to build housing only. And we would be eager to build something else than just housing, but we do not own these landlords. Thus, we have to invent different innovative mechanisms to make developers create new jobs. And I hope that Mr. Danielidi will tell us more about that. A few words about money. Today, more than 2.2 trillion Russian rubles been invested in the construction of the big Moscow. 1,600 billion rubles been invested by the private investors. We actually hope that very soon this ratio would change, and we are setting up infrastructure with advanced pace. So there are roads and metro stations which are built in the middle of nowhere in the greenfield. So once the developers are there, they are going to invest more. The human-centric approach, a man-centric approach, is the main principle which we followed when implementing the projects in the big Moscow. If you remember the first Urban Forum, our very first meeting, these phrases, these coinages were totally new, were brand new. And there were a lot of people who would pronounce these principles but would not follow these words. Most importantly, we have to create comfortable public space so that people could live conveniently and comfortably in the big Moscow. There is no time to speak about that. Most importantly, we have to live by our words. And Mr. Danielidi, I'm sure, will tell us what they are doing that in the big Moscow. And to conclude my remarks, let me show some pictures. I will not tell you about what we have done. I showed that on the first slide. Social infrastructure grew dramatically. We almost tripled social infrastructure, so we have built more than 300 kilometers of automobile roads, 8 stations of metro, etc., etc. This is how the new housing districts look like, and I'm sure that Mr. Danielidi will tell you more about that in more detail. That's it. We're confident that big Moscow will develop as robustly as before, despite the pandemic, that the infrastructure to be set up would rise, and that very quickly will improve the quality of the housing and of convenient facilities in every district, in every region. Because even bearing in mind the current real estate cost and process, we can actually make comfortable housing. I'm passing the floor to Mr. Danielidi. I have a question to you. Mr. Zhitkin said that agglomeration requires alternative centers, which would require new quality of living, similar to Moscow one, and new jobs. Do you see any business opportunities in that, in the projects which you are implementing, and are there any challenges? I would say that the previous statements and bullet points which were made, we started with transportation with the density of transportation, which we bear in mind when doing planning, and Mr. Blinken showed some statistics.
Мероприятиям по транспортной обеспеченности новых территорий, плюс принят.
In addition, some similar decisions were taken in terms of metro, and this is a complement, this is an addition which improved us very much. The transportation carcass was set up, and ever since then, I think that we no longer have to call Troitsky district a new Moscow. In a year or two, probably, next Urban Forum will still speak about New Moscow. But then probably it would sink into oblivion, where Mr. Zhitkin said that it's very dangerous to speak about that, but I'm from a business community where freedom of speech. I do think that it is inevitable that Moscow agglomeration actually would merge into something bigger. This is just a matter of time. Transport integration, diameters, which act as the main driver for the development of Moscow. Moscow cannot exist without regions in terms of the workforce, just like the region cannot survive without Moscow infrastructure. So it means that now we have some artificial zoning, which sooner or later would merge into one agglomeration, and then the new territories, newly connected territories, would again be called the newer Moscow. This is what concerns the general approach. I'd like to respond to your question about what else we need apart from the transport infrastructure. Mr. Zhitkin spoke about the engineering infrastructure, and certainly social infrastructure is another component, but responding to your question why people are changing or not changing their place of residence, what makes people move, what makes people migrate or change their residence. This is just about the quality of living, actually. It could deteriorate, and the person may see where it's better to live, and that's about the trend, setting a trend, or a person changed the place of his work or place of his education. The most useless thing in the world is to waste time on transportation. Well, there may be different motives, and still it would be either about the deterioration of the living conditions where you live now, or it would be connected to avoiding wasting too much time on transportation and just turn that time into something more useful. In order to make sure that this happens, it's needed that all the districts of Moscow or other cities have equal infrastructure, public spaces, parks, some common zones, sports facilities, sports infrastructure, which certainly is totally necessary. This is true for certain business centers, supermarkets, malls. You spoke about the jobs. Certainly, building a trade center or a supermarket, this is just a low-hanging fruit. As soon as you have some human potential there, the first thing you give them is some convenience shop, convenience supermarket or mall. We changed our approach as to how we organize. Setting up new jobs. First of all, we realized that we cannot make anchor objects at once. But what we may do is we may dedicate the first floors to the commercial infrastructure. Usually, actually, it would be 5 to 10%, but actually in our buildings, we let about 15 to 20% of the first floors for the commercial companies. We're changing the work of our management companies because these companies have now to manage the business centers and the supermarkets or the trade centers. Instead of one building, we create a whole network of buildings which work very efficiently, and the pandemic year of 2020 showed that these facilities are quite robust, quite resilient. They were used as convenience shops. We immediately actually turned them into pick points. As a result, the life in the neighborhoods went on without any limitations or restrictions. The ones which even the older districts of Moscow faced. Then we have more sophisticated problems, for instance, setting up sports infrastructure. It cannot be explained from the commercial standpoint, but that's a very much needed piece of infrastructure. When the company realizes that it is an investment into the development of the territory, this makes a turning point. But it cannot be done from scratch. It has to be done later on at a due time. Creating the infrastructure which replicating the best infrastructure available in other districts of Moscow and developing the transportation car cars, which we mentioned from the very outset. Probably we can even claim that we are building the best districts in terms of quality of living. Some of the facilities, some of the sites are still under construction, others are existing as their ideas, as projects, but time passes very quickly, time lapses very quickly. And what we have done makes us confident that we will prevail, that we'll make sure that it really happens. All the elements of a convenient district have to be created. And actually we are presenting Prokshina cluster. That's a very important sports and events-based facility as one of the growth points, but these principles have to be followed not just by one developer or by the government, by the authorities. It has to be a common trend, how we bet on quality of the development. We can bring together smaller and bigger developers.
Руководителем этой площадки. Это не просто руководитель департамента развития новых территорий, это
and actually this helps us to address more challenges. Thank you so much. I think that we have 4 to 5 minutes. Let's try again to pass the floor to Nadezhda Nilina. Nadezhda, can you hear us? Yes, I can hear you very well. Yes, we do hear you. That's great. I will just sum it up what I wanted to tell you about. And we'll leave some time for one or two questions. Landscape, that's a system, an ecosystem which acquires a systemic approach.
Предлагаю это границы водоразделов для защиты поселений новых городов.
And the population of the cities have to understand how the watershed acts. We have to understand the dynamics of the water systems, understand the landscape mosaic. In essence, that's very simple, which consists of corridors, islands, and the connectivity really provides for the work of that system. Integration of this piece of infrastructure should be as less fragmental as possible. For instance, if we take this principle for guidance, then everything else would add to our efficiency. A101 company is following these principles very well. Ecosystem approach, this is not something new, but in regional planning, really it allows us to protect our territories from climate change, to mitigate the climate change. This is a science-based approach. It has no arbitrary, unexplained gestures or moves. Today, technologies allow us to understand everything about the dynamics of the ecosystem. Geographical and information system help us to predict the behavior of the nature, behavior of the weather, and do planning not based on some guesswork, but proceeding from the scientific understanding of that system. Catchment areas or watersheds are important. Any person who built a house or made a repair knows what a watershed is about. For instance, when designing a drain, that's the same system but in a different scale. And a key objective for the regional planning is to retain the connectivity of the landscape, to retain the dynamics of the ecosystem. Should you have any questions, I will conclude at that. Thank you so much, Nadezhda. Unfortunately, we are behind the schedule. And I think that we managed to remedy the technical glitches, and I can advise you just to get familiar with that book, which we published with the experts. You may deep dive into the stance of Nadezhda Nilina. There is an article by Mikhail Balinkin, Mr. Kuznetsov, and Boris, and many other people. And that let me thank all the viewers, all the panelists, and thank you so much.
Такие же стоят. Дорогие друзья, добрый день.
Dear friends, good day. I'm happy to welcome you at this section, Capital Repairs as Lifestyle, how cities can stay vibrant and young. And today our online audience may get answers on the questions related to capital repairs of high-rise buildings. And I'd like to represent our speakers. Arthur Keskinov, Head, Fund for Capital Repairs of Apartment Buildings. Eden Gensler, Director, the Urban Economy Department, the Institute for Urban Economics Foundation. Maria Menikova, researcher, Competency Center for Mass Housing, the author of not just prefabs, the German experience of working with mass housing neighborhoods. And she will be connected to us online. Svetlana Razvorotneva, Executive Director, National Center for Public Control in the field of housing and communal services control. And also online we are going to talk to Stefan Foster, architect, from Stefan Foster Architecten Bureau. We talked a lot about capital repairs program in Moscow because it's one of the largest city program. And we know that there is a big renovations program. We all remember this meeting at the State Duma when we discussed old buildings which can't be renovated or repaired. And in 2017 we started the renovation program. But the major repairs program concerns all the people who live in apartment buildings, those whose houses are not going to be renovated. We have lots of requirements. We need to engage different stakeholders because different government officials will be a part of the assessment and supervision. We need to talk to apartment building owners, because they define who's going to be doing the repairs. We have a demonstration showroom, and you could feel and touch the elements of the houses which will be renovated. Well, there's possibility to do e-voting, so a lot has been done legislatively and practically so that this program has good results and goes smoothly. My first question is a question to Artur Kiskinov, General Director of the Fund for Capital Repairs of Apartment Buildings. Well, the program started several years ago. What was new? What was the positive changes, or do you have any challenges in implementation of this program? Capital repairs programs is really a mass-scale program, and you were correct saying that it's the first time when we discuss it in such a format, and the legal framework that we have allows us to find and define some specific stages of this program. Our citizen can have the choice in the way of saving money for this program, and they have really lots of possibilities to choose from about the short-term plans and for the long-term plans of this program. Objectively speaking, Moscow is one of the largest regions which is a participant in this program, and this is absolutely so because we have 15% of all the housing stock that is being renovated in Russia, 1/4 of all the lifts from apartment buildings, and now we have buildings from individual series and also really all the houses from different periods of house building. It's 29,000 houses in total, and we gradually perform repairs for all of those houses. Separately, we should mention some houses which are part of the national heritage. Starting from 2020, we have the new approach for repairs to this for the houses, because subsidies provided from the city budget doesn't cover all the works, but there are lots of money provided, and it's possible to do restorations for these houses. As for the Moscow program, 90% of citizens decided that they will be saving money through our program for capital repairs. There were some challenges in organizing some administrative issues. There is also a license at the Ministry of Culture. They also have authority for repairs of historical buildings. And right now, even despite this difficult period, this difficult year 2020, we've tried to fulfill all our obligations which were envisaged in this program. Arthur, thank you very much. Moscow is a specific city because this program is really very complex. And I would say that this is a benefit. Moscovites have services of different kinds within one program, and this is good. And I think this information is available in open sources. If it's a massive program, usually such program has specific defined goals and tasks. And as part of these tasks, we should understand what we do, what are the standards that we follow, and who are contractors, are they qualified or not, which technologies we are going to use. These are the most important factors. And on an annual basis, we should update this information, and we should have very clear standards for every type of works that we perform. We started from the stages which were of biggest importance. We started with the things which are extremely important in the life of our citizens. Lifts, for example. Okay, maybe it's not a large, really global problem, but this is equipment which is used by people on a daily basis. We try to define the unified approach to all the elements of lifts. We invited all the manufacturers who work in the Moscow region. We had a big exhibition which lasted half a year. We were discussing possibilities to include different elements in this program, and we received a very good standard of the lift. It's very well defined. All the components are the best now there, and now the program goes along with these guidelines. Then we also did some works about the entrance to the houses. When we open the door, we immediately get access to the public space, and this entrance to the apartment building is an important part of the house. And now we have the standard for re-equipping entrances to apartment buildings. All the houses that are parts of the major repairs program get the same type of works according to the standard. Citizens can get a choice of colors, there is some choice in equipment, but the majority of things have been approved and standardized. We are renovating 3,500 to 4,000 entrances on an annual basis in Moscow. Arthur, thank you very much. We are going to come back to some questions. And now I'd like to give the floor to Maria Melnikova. She's a researcher from the Competency Center for Mass Housing in Germany. She's the author of the book Not Just Prefabs. I'd like to compare our experience with the experience that you had with major repairs abroad. Are there some common things, or are there many differences? Maria, you have the floor. In Germany, main specifics is the following. When we work with apartment buildings, it's super important for urban development. It's more important than building new houses. Statistically, it's just not more than 1% in Germany per year. City officials, they pay a lot of attention to major repairs. And we're not talking only about technical condition of the building. They want to improve the standard of living for apartment buildings because they want to think about future needs of citizens. And right now we are trying to increase energy efficiency, create conditions for elderly people and comfortable conditions for them. And our company works with residential districts, and for us it's important to create good conditions for families with children because we see more and more families living in our cities. Besides, we always do the universal repairs. We are not repairing just the front or the roof. We always have a full-fledged project. We update engineering systems and do some additional works to make sure that the house is in good condition and it will look fine and it will be interesting for people in the coming years. We needed to have good financial mechanisms and administrative mechanisms to implement such a big program. 15% of the budget for the repairs, that's savings from house owners, but the biggest part, that's loans from owners. They are loans from state banks with low interest rates. There are also additional subsidies from the state. And on the one hand, they are really well promoted because they look like cheap money. And on the other hand, that's a possibility for the state to incentivize owners to reduce, to improve energy efficiency and improve their houses. And similar projects are there not only in Germany, they're also in the Baltic states, in the Ukraine. Something similar is being done in Kazakhstan. There is idea of the budget loan for major repairs. So in general, it's a very big work, big project. And it's possible to implement it only when you have loans from the state. Homeowners have problems implementing such projects. They need administrative support. In Germany, there are some major homeowners, for example, cooperatives or some businesses owning lots of houses. Same happens in the city center. There are some people who have lots of apartments, and for them it's rather difficult. There are special agencies, sanation agencies. They are professionals who can help in this process. They are located between the municipality and homeowners. They work for certain territories. They develop plans. They help with the project, the draft. Then they help to choose the project company, select contractors. They coordinate all the participants of the process. This is usually a very difficult process and you need professionals in it. But there is support from the state. That's why that's possible to implement them successfully. These are the main differences between Germany and Russia, and Germany and some other countries where there are similar problems for modernization of houses built during a Soviet era. And it would be good if we had in Russia similar projects, similar program, because that's what should be done in other countries as well. 55% of all the housing stock in Russia, they are houses built during Soviet era, and we need to do something about them. Another question, that's the quality of works. It's another topic. German quality, you know what's that? It's a proverbial thing. Of course, all the works are done perfectly, but I have some colleagues who can't be here because they actually participate personally in the process in creating such projects. Several years ago, there were three main factors that they wanted to mention. First of all, there should be standards. And you also said that we have standards, but they are put together on the basis of pilot projects. And they should be done with budget money, because it could be like the showcase. People would see and believe that something good could be done. And then, after the pilot project, we will know the costs, we will know the challenges, and could create good guidelines used at later stages in other projects. Quality control, second thing. They say that Lenin said trust is good, but control is better. And the territory of the former German Soviet Republic, they often remember about this thing. They always have a separate line for the quality control in the plan. There are dedicated people who control works on a daily basis, and if something goes wrong, we can always come back and understand whose mistake was it. Companies always provide warranties in case of problems with the quality. Third thing, very thorough planning. In Germany, their projects are universal, comprehensive, and you usually do such works when people continue living there. They somehow have to continue living in this house. And there are some works with engineering networks inside the building. That's why you need to have very clear schedule of work. And there are several companies working at the territory. And if there are some problems with fulfilling deadlines, there are other companies replacing the missing ones. There is a very good awareness campaign. There's always information point, and all the information is available online. That's how it looks in Germany. 85% of houses of mass series have been renovated, and this was a really successful experience. Maria, thank you. Please stay with us. There will be questions. And I hope that at the end we'll be able to ask these questions. We spoke with Artur. Who controls the quality and who selects contractors for major repairs at apartment buildings? In Germany, housing economy is very diverse. There are major companies, big companies, and there are housing cooperatives. And they're quite independent. They could control quality themselves. They select contractors independently too. But when there are groups of house owners, then they will hire sanation agency which doesn't have any links to the developer, to the construction company. It's like the third party, and this company would ensure quality control, protect an interest of citizens, and they are also selecting contractors. Thank you. We are going to have more questions, but we'll come back to you after all other presentations. Now I'd like to give the floor to Svetlana Razvorotneva. You are the chairman of the commission at the government, so you can see the system from top, from above. What should be adjusted there in legislation, maybe in approach? And taking into account, oh, look, there is a butterfly in the room. I think it's a good sign. What can you say? How is the Moscow system different from other systems?
Thank you so much, Alexander. Really, it's very interesting to compare the experience of Moscow not only with the overseas experience, but with the one of the Moscow of the Russian regions. Moscow is their acclaimed leader. The list of minimum works on capital repair in Moscow has been expanded. The entrances, which were mentioned by author Kaskinov, is something many regions can only dream of. Naturally, in most cases, we see comprehensive repair, and this is not very much typical for the regions. Moscow is very often been accused of big fees charged for capital repairs, and the Moscow position is frank and open because this is economically justified fee for everyone, and subsidy to those who cannot pay for that. Unfortunately, in most of the Russian regions, actually the authorities do not increase the fees. There is no co-funding from the original funding, and at the same time there is shortage of money in the funds in the budgets, and this shortage of funds is compensated by some unfair, unjust methods. For instance, when the scheduled repairs are delayed for further periods, when the list of jobs is made depending on what is less expensive, what is cheaper, we have to somehow abandon such an approach. I even propose that the capital repair program has to be subsidized. Still, the regions have to be held responsible for doing capital repairs. But Moscow may boast some cases which can set an example for the regions. For instance, the regulations with a list of materials, construction materials, and algorithm, the sequence for the works. Moscow is really ready to make progress, to make step forward. Complementing to what Maria Melnikova said, certainly we are doing some comprehensive repairs, but not always. We try to improve the technical situation of the multi-apartment building. For instance, some plastic windows, triple glazed windows can be installed. This is one step forward towards energy efficiency, but we cannot be complacent. For instance, the weather-driven control, smart meters. This is something which we may include into the Moscow capital repairs, and these works not only will improve the quality of living, but really would result in less fees to be paid by the residents. The experts made a calculation which said that 20% of the fees for heating in Moscow is the money charged for our heating. There are lots of buildings constructed before 1990. Their energy efficiency grade is D and E, meaning that there are a lot of heat losses. When doing such work, such jobs, it will help Russia to somehow meet its international obligations. 23% of energy consumption falls into the residential houses. Means that there is a big room for improvement to address these targets. And we all actually get a lot of requests. Not always the quality is maintained. I think that Credit can be paid to Moscow in the sense that the public oversight is developed. This is not just about the municipal MPs or deputies, but this is also about the municipal commission for overseeing the capital repairs. And the main actor in the city is the owner. And without the active participation of the owner, such public oversight would not be sufficient. Not always the owners have necessary competence. And Ms. Moskvina and me, we are doing a lot of training seminars and workshops. This is about the system itself. Setting up a system, we have to launch a comprehensive program to train owners, ombudsmen, or some foremen of the blocks of flats. So these are the people who are spending a lot of time on the oversight and control. We have to somehow compensate them for that. For instance, they can enjoy some discounts for utility fees. These are the people who invest a lot into the blocks of flats. I know that Irina is going to be mentioned. Moscow is the only city which really supports the owner's initiative and which is ready to support those who are eager to accumulate certain funds at certain accounts. It has become a real problem for many Russian regions. There is shortage of money, and when actually new buildings are sold from the stock of new buildings, the authorities try to block it. Now it takes a lot of time actually to compensate the contractors for commissioning new houses. These special accounts have to be developed so that real people are subsidized by the municipal authorities. We have to make further steps. For instance, certain functions have to be paid from the federal budget. For instance, collecting debts for the owners. This is very cumbersome, and this is not fair. We can support them in terms of the methodologies and regulations. It has to be mandatory. Unfortunately, very often we see that the quality of projects is quite low, the quality of transactions is quite low. The oversight is insufficient when people are opting for the special account because they are lacking qualifications. Last but not least, the quality of capital repairs depends on the contractors who are executing these works. Moscow as far as is doing a lot of capital repairs, but I think that this problem manifests itself very clearly. I think we have to be guided by the quality, not by the quantity, and I would assume that as a norm when the capital appears in the multi-apartment blocks can be done not only by the contractors who are listed in the qualified contractors register, but they have to confirm their qualification in some certified centers. It will give us some guarantee that these contractors would communicate to the owners and would do everything appropriately. I do believe that probably Moscow may somehow suggest new approaches. Thank you so much. I do think that at the end of the day we'll have time to discuss your propositions, because you have spelled out a lot of propositions. They are quite comprehensive and probably would need some federal regulation. With the input of the federal parliament and the government colleagues, I suggest that now we go online. With us is Florian Kraft. architect from Stefan Forster Architekten. That's an foreign experience, so to say. Florian, you heard our speakers, including Maria Melnikova, who spoke about German experience. Can you share your feedback, your experience, probably some advice, some tips, probably some mistakes that you can name?
So I can clearly underline that what Maria Melnikova said. I think the main points with external quality control is very important. Working with clear budgets, time schedules, and the works I will show afterwards, we were involved from the very beginning. We did the planning, the detailed planning, and also the quality control. And the quality control is also going on 5 years after the finishing of the building to save that the contractors will repair all the things that come up afterwards. So that's this whole process is very important to save the quality of the transformations. So, but I would show some. After this organizational things, I would show some examples, the architectural works we did, because that's also a very important level of this works. So we start with modernism. We've had some mind-opening and disruptive new concepts for housing, but the following decades left us back with, especially the 70s and 50s. 70s left us back with lots of problems and questions. Mostly in Eastern Germany, we have to deal with huge suburbs consisting of large-scale prefab housing structures. And the focus in these times was on money and speed rather than urbanism and architecture. So, as you can see in the picture, one of the main problems from our point of view is, besides the monotony, the non-defined spaces floating between the blocks and also the lack of quality. When we first came to the city of Leinefelde, where we did lots of our works, walking between the blocks, we noticed that it's the in-between spaces had neither any difference between public and private space, nor any shelter for inhabitants like displaying kids, no qualities to make you feel good. And if you look at the flats, for example, at the entrance level balconies, there's a lack of connections between inside and outside. So what was our answer? I show it at this example. So we used a toolbox of architectural inventions to raise the quality, transform the whole quarter. We lowered the height of the buildings and gave it very classically 3 zones, so baseline, corpus, and head. And the main issue of the baseline is to invent a border to separate public and private space, to gain private gardens and to mark the entrances. And beside that, it defines this, the space of the road. In the middle zone, large balconies connect inside and add outside living room for the inhabitants. And on the top, we made cutouts that form very private rooftop gardens and add high quality to the flats. And also beside this, we changed the inside structure in order to create a range, big range of different types of flats, because there's a basic type and now we have a range of various types. Maybe it can be estimated on the changed format of the windows in the facade. So another view of the building before it, and like it is now, and it's totally changed also in scale and building typology. You can see the border between public and private space, and notice maybe the entrance. Yeah, you're drawn into the building. So another feeling. Another example. Very clearly to be seen the new baseline that separates the private gardens, marks the entrance, and you can see the little courts before the entrance with a tree in it, and then you enter the building. Backside, and here we made 2 steps of cutouts in the roof, and that creates very narrow and special rooms and very private rooms for the inhabitants. And also here the baseline is 2-leveled with a long balcony, and then the gardens with walls on the entrance level. Some impressions of the changed building. So you can imagine sitting there is very different as it was before. So, and also very important for us is this change of scale. So this is very large scaled, and in the end it was transformed in something like a big row house. So a very different feeling. You can see single houses, and that's where I'm at home, for example. And by using our toolbox that I mentioned, we transformed each building in a very specific way. And that was to develop very individual buildings instead of similar blocks like it was before. And that's for me very essential, that you can recognize the home the house you're living it from far away or even by night, and that gives you the feeling of that's my home, I'm living there. So it's very important for the feeling in the whole quarter. Some more examples on the left, that's very well known. We cut out every second staircase, and thus we created from a long building, from a long block, several single so-called urban villas, and they are interacting with the garden surrounding it. So it's changed totally the quarter. In the western parts of Germany, we have similar problems, not with this large blocks, but here resulting from the reconstruction period of the 50s, minor scaled. But if you look at the surroundings, they deal with similar problems like the big blocks. If you need such signs, so that tells you something is working not very good in this quarter. So this is a very little example from Würzburg. I marked the construction site, and here we did not change the buildings, but we substituted. So we laid them down and built new compact urban houses, and they form a continuum of very different and small garden spaces for the inhabitants. So it does not deny the space it was before, but it transforms it to very little spaces. And the last example is a combination from Frankfurt, former military barracks, now normal flats in several decades, and we had to add 2 more floor levels on the rooftop. Prefabricated wood modules, because all the inhabitants stayed or still staying during the whole construction period in their flats. And in this way, we added more than 700 new homes to this quarter. So impression from construction period that is still going on. So you can see it's smaller blocks, but the problems with the outer space is nearly the same, very similar. And also there's a big street passing in the back, and all the noise is coming into the quarter in this way. So how did we react? We show it at the model. So we removed the old roofs, added 2 floor levels with wooden modules. And then we started to build additional buildings. So here an endpoint, and this is a so-called bridge building. So the house is going over the street, and you enter it like a door. You have the feeling, oh, I'm entering this quarter. And there are also some buildings, like you see in the front. It's we call it a gatehouse. It closes the courtyard, changes the room behind, and also blocks the noise from the big street before. And also some additional buildings closing open corners, for example. So the whole space around the buildings changed into from a suburb to an urban space. And now you can see also these green parts, a new baseline, a wall, and altered private gardens to be entered directly from the flats. And inside the courtyards, it's semi-public space. It's for the inhabitants of this neighborhood, forming new neighborhoods. And It's made from a new park on the top of the garage. So some impressions, very actual. So you see the extensions on the rooftops forming deeper and narrower spaces, and you can see some new buildings here, a garage, and the first completed courtyard with the new garden and the new gatehouse in front. So, and I jump to the last one. This is the gatehouse from the front. You can see it closes the space, blocks the noise, divides inside and outside, and we have the privacy inside the courtyard. And we are creating real neighborhoods, not a long and floating space. It became a neighborhood, and you see the gardens in front of the building, so it totally changed. And so we tried to create an urban quarter and raise the quality of living in the quarter. That's the main point. So it's not about architecture, it's urbanism, and our gain is or target is to raise the quality of living there. So in very short time.
Florian, thank you very much. And one of our speakers wants to give you some comments. I just wanted to say a couple of words. I see that you have a very big difference with what you do with the obsolete housing stock. If our colleagues from the Renovation Fund were here, they would also be boasting the big volumes that they are using in the renovation program when they do major repairs of old buildings. We build more than 17 million square meters of new houses. Unfortunately, you can't demolish everything. There are some buildings which are the pride of the whole country. For example, Stalin skyscrapers, and repairs are important. In this case, we have to adapt old buildings, which we want to preserve, to new requirements, modern requirements, and create comfortable living style. Svetlana was talking about ways to create comfortable living conditions, improve energy efficiencies, embed new systems of collecting information, engaging. This is an important vector for us. We should think about it when we implement our major repair system. Arthur, thank you very much. Florian, stay connected, please. We will have 10 minutes in the end for discussion and the questions. And now I give the floor to Irina Gensler. She is Director of the Urban Economy Department, the Institute for Urban Economics Foundation. You've seen information about Germany when house owners take loans and they go for the co-financing programs. Is it really possible for Russia and in other regions of apart from Moscow? That's a great question. Institute of the City Economy surveyed different experience from countries in Europe, former socialist countries, on renovation of the multi-apartment building houses. And loans, they are always important and necessary for such programs. When people get loans, they can do lots of works, increasing energy efficiency. In the short period of time, they can make the house a modern one. But after that, you have to pay the loan back, and utility payments would reduce, and that's the main idea of such scheme. So here we reduce the energy efficiency. That's one of the goals of the government. The living becomes more comfortable for people. Everything changes with these houses. And I think it's a good program. It's a good idea. And we need to make our programs efficient. And if we take loans, that's a really good idea. Not only owners could take loans, but some other participants could also take loans. For example, from the Major Repairs Fund. There would be the same conditions for owners. Owners pay some contributions on a regular basis. They can repay all the loans during a set period of time. That's great that we have lots of positive examples already, but loans for major repairs, that's what we've been discussing from the start of this program. Unfortunately, we didn't achieve big progress. And the Institute of the City Economy developed the new mechanism. It will be discussed, possibly it will be approved later on, but we want to see this process sped up by some maybe Moscow governors, Moscow officials. We are at the Moscow Forum right now, and I would like to say that if you look at the share of the apartment buildings who have special accounts with savings, here Moscow is not a leader, but it's more than 3,000 houses who have saving accounts. They've made a choice for that. And the number of such houses grow. And people who are interested in saving grow. And this year we had a very interesting Moscow-specific forum entitled Capital Repairs or Special Account Story of Success. This forum was organized by the Public Chamber of Moscow. And we talked about good cases where major repairs were absolutely successful. We heard stories how people were selecting contractors, how they used new technologies. Everything about concrete cases from Moscow. And I think here Moscow is at the forefront. And this happens also due to these favorable conditions created in Moscow for that. Svetlana already said that we have, for example, short period of switching to special accounts. The procedure is simplified specifically. But there is also association of owners of specialized accounts. Moscow has a significant amount of grants to non-commercial organizations. For example, the Institute of City Economy was receiving such grants for developing methodological materials for those who want to have this special account. It's important for people who risked and decided to take this risk and organize this process. They need to have some institutions that would help them. They need to have access to some of the materials which clarify all the steps in the process. And it's great that in Moscow we have such support. We have something to boast about. We have something to share. Another thing I wanted to talk about today, I need just 3 minutes for that. We are talking about capital repairs, and for us this is about the house itself. So it can be done through the fund, or can be done through the savings account. Improvements are like pinpointed, and it's something that happens in some houses in Moscow, but possibly they are too scattered, and yes, it can improve the overall living environment in Moscow. We don't think that the face of the quarter, the district, would change. We see from Germany, this is more like the quarter, district-specific approach, outside of the limit of a certain house. Then we would see much greater effect. It's something that inspires to repeat, to follow down this path. We are not improving just one house. We are making the whole district beautiful. We've seen photos. We also know some examples from Moscow. I would say that our districts are gray, rather gloomy. There are no bright spots. There is no landmarks. Urban spaces require new greenery. They do require re-equipment. But we can't change it overnight. We started with major repairs of separate houses, and we can't see the whole city renewed. But right now, we can already think about possibility of a new approach. Okay, maybe we continue down the path envisaged by the regional program. But we have lots of resources in Moscow. For example, comprehensive retrofitting of a district without demolishing. Maybe we should take one district and make it really energy efficient and really aesthetically very noticeable. Here we need lots of professionals to help as a project. I know one example of a small city in Latvia. There were some capital repairs for separate cities, but the chief architect decided he wants to participate. They changed the image of the front of one house, and in this way they could also change the overall image of the district. It's important that city authorities are engaged. Maybe we could start with the pilot project, and maybe we could turn an old district, which is 40 or 50 years old, into a modern district. It's difficult to scale it. Lots of organizational and financial tools could be tested with the pilot project, but I think Moscow could achieve such ambitious goals. We have just 3 minutes before the end of the session. Svetlana, can you say something? I have a small comment. We have good Russian examples in Kaliningrad, for example. There were Khrushchev-era houses, and they built interesting German-style houses. From the architectural point of view, it was beautiful. It was a part of the capital repairs project. Arthur, question to you. Summing up, maybe after hearing all the speakers, experience from Germany and some proposals from our Russian colleagues, requirements for qualification, new technologies, could this all be applicable to Russia? Oh, we have something to work on. Great. Stepan Orlov, Deputy Chairman of the Moscow State Duma, responsible for the State Utilities, City Utilities Commission. I'm sure that together with experts and head of the fund, we will continue this discussion at the State Duma, at the City Duma. We heard lots of interesting opinions from our foreign colleagues as well. It would be good if we continue discussions online or offline And let's start implementing such ideas, taking into account Russian specifics. Thank you, dear experts. Thank you, dear audience.
Добрый день, дорогие коллеги.
Dear colleagues, good day. Dear audience, online and offline, I'm happy to welcome you. We are talking about mixed use of houses and territories, mixed use concept. This is the concept which is one of the main for urban building discourse, and that's not done by accident, because mixed use of territories really affects our day-to-day life a lot. If different functions are distributed evenly, I mean shops, jobs, services, the number of time we spend on the way to work, the way we have left for our personal business, how many cars, all of this is affected. And we would like to talk about planning the mixed use of spaces in our modern life, because the type of use of spaces and different models of consumption are changing faster than physical reality and material city space. Today we are going to talk about with Russian international speakers. Today we have among the speakers Petr Kudryavtsev, partner city makers, Anna Sokolova, marketing director of Ingrad, and Vladimir Shekin, owner and founder of GC Rodina. Online, we are going to talk to experts from different parts of the world. Lars Krukeber, co-founder of Graph Lab from Berlin. More Architects founder Dan Rogaven, Simon Chua, co-founder and executive director of Lead Aid from Hong Kong, and Koichi Takada, the director of Koichi Takada Architects from Sydney, and David Schwartz, partner and founder of Large Studios from New York. And now I'd like to give the floor to Koichi Takada. Could you please tell us about your projects? You work a lot with mixed-use functions in your projects. What do you think? How have we changed our approach to such spaces after the pandemic? Are there some new trends, or is everything same as it was before?
Thank you for your introduction and for having me. I'm Koichi Takada, founder and principal architect of Sydney-based practice Koichi Takada Architects. I would like to start with this image. Can you guess which city this is? This is a typical view of this particular city before the pandemic. And this is the same city during the pandemic. The city stopped and the pollution disappeared. Today we are discussing mixed use in the context of finding the functional balance of the future. One approach to restoring the balance lies in healing the crisis of our time. I see crisis as an opportunity to create a better world, which I hope to demonstrate through a series of my projects. Before the pandemic, architecture brought people together in one space. Architectural success was often measured by crowds and especially people. ARC is a mixed-use project we designed in Sydney CBD before the pandemic crisis took place. ARC was conceived with people in mind. The mixed-use functions include residential, hotel, office, retail, food and beverage. We designed a laneway to bring people into the heart of the building. By opening up and giving back the public realm, we aim to humanize architecture. But during the pandemic, celebrating the public domain has been challenged because of social distancing. Our cities and public spaces have become empty. So how do we measure the success and the balance of architecture when people disappear from the city? Infinity is another mixed-use project designed before the pandemic and completed during the pandemic. This project was designed for people, but equally with the planet in mind. In response to climate change, Infinity prioritizes sustainability and reduces the building's mechanical reliance. We made a hole in the building. This creates a so-called iceberg effect in a highly urbanized setting in order to reduce the heat island effect in the city. So the pandemic has highlighted limitation in the mixed-use model. Both my project Arc and Infinity suffered during the pandemic because retail went online shopping, food and beverage was takeaway only, offices became empty, and hotels were used for quarantine purpose. However, the residential function survived. So if we are to focus on residential moving forward, what is the new measure of the balance? I believe that post-pandemic, this is a great opportunity to pause and rethink, and not just adapt, but we must shift the paradigm from industrial to natural. This is one of my key responses moving forward. It is to bring nature back into the city. And I would now like to demonstrate this point with two new mixed-use residential projects, one proposed in the city and the other in the countryside. Urban Forest is a mixed-use project located in South Brisbane, aiming to be the greenest building in the world. The project draws inspiration from Australia's Daintree rainforest, one of the oldest rainforests in the world. Urban Forest will be carbon neutral ready and provides generous outdoor space, extra space for home office, mixed-use residential amenities, and surrounded by nature in the middle of the city, and even urban farming within the building. As opposed to a past project, Arc and Infinity, which provided hard urban surfaces as an extension of the streets, Urban Forest provides a public park which becomes breathing space within the city. Instead of having rooftop penthouses, we are giving back a two-story rooftop of mixed-use residential amenities dedicated to the health and the wellness of the people. The other project example is located in countryside. Mixed use has always flourished in the urban context. Now we can also decentralize the idea of mixed use away from the city. What we have learned from the pandemic is that we can live and work from anywhere. Thanks to technology, you no longer have to live near the workplace in the city, but you can live and work in the countryside much closer to nature. Our project example is Sunflower House, a single-family carbon-positive dwelling. Carbon positive means house with no bills, going beyond carbon zero. It produces more energy than required, which can be fed back to the grid. we call form follows nature. The inspiration for this design was the sunflower, a fast-growing crop that thrives in the sun. Its Italian name, girasole, meaning turn to the sun. Like the sunflower, the roof rotates to follow the sun and harness its power to store energy. Equally, the floors can rotate, following the sun during winter and turning away from the sun during summer. This way of living and working in the countryside is challenging the traditional idea of mixed use in the city. Measuring the architectural success for the future should equally emphasize how we integrate nature in our daily life. Nature is the key. This last project I'm showing you is a mixed-use project in Shanghai, but without residential. Solar Trees future-proofs the need for mixed use by creating one big flexible space. It is multifunctional architecture designed to adapt and change organically. Solar Trees in Shanghai is powered by the sun and forges a greener future for China. It's fast-tracking China's commitment to be carbon neutral by 2060. Through a nature-inspired approach, this project considers the planet, but also changing function of our spaces, which in turn, we hope to bring people back into our cities. By way of doing this, mixed use becomes much more resilient. I will finish with this last image, something we all have in common. Climate change and the pandemic has changed our world. So must our architecture. Architecture needs to adapt as quickly as nature does. Because architecture can greatly contribute to the making of healthier and sustainable places, our role never seemed so relevant in the context of healing crisis. Thank you.
Корича, спасибо большое за такой интересный...
Thank you so much for your brilliant story. Really, that was a very interesting idea that lockdown made us closer to nature. Because when in Moscow, many people moved to their countryside houses, and living next to nature, I think, certainly will have an impact on the consumer habits in the real estate market in future. Saying that, I would like to pass the floor to Simon Chua. Mr. Chua, your company, Lead 8, is working in 40 cities of the world with offices in Kuala Lumpur, London, etc. Do you see any regional differences in how you design mixed-use environments? Are there any universal trends or versatile trends, trends which would be typical for all places of the world?
Okay, thank you very much for the invitation. I would like to respond by a brief introduction. Lead 8, we are an international design architecture practice based in Hong Kong, Singapore. We do a lot of mixed-use project, and it so happens that today we will be talking a little bit more about the diversity, resilience, and sustainable aspects of our projects. I think that the pandemic has really caused a big shift in the way we live, work, and play. Certainly a lot of projects that we know before the pandemic, pre-COVID days, what we call it, they will have a very different effect on the projects in the future. I think many of us are seeing a very clear trend of a very big migration, shift in people. I mean, with people moving out of cities, moving into the suburbs, people are more reliant on online meetings with all the lockdowns that's happening around the world. The concept of space, it's very different today, particularly in Hong Kong. Well, Hong Kong is a very crowded city, so it's not as if it's very easy for people to just move out and go somewhere else. But I think certainly with a lot of the higher property costs here in this part of the world, it is not so easy to move away. But we certainly can see a lot of people leaving from the West. If you look at the United States, London, and even Japan, there is a very big shift of people moving out of the city. And I think if we were to compare this with what we're seeing in Asia and Hong Kong, we are also starting to see the shift in also the retail industry. I mean, when people move out of the city, I mean, a lot of the spaces within the town and cities, for example, they will also have to reinvent themselves. I mean, traditionally, if we look at the mixed-use model in the past, it really centers around transport as the main hub for connecting all the different functions from living, leisure, office, F&B. But really moving on to the new mixed-use model, what we have found is certainly in the future, every project needs to be quite self-sustainable, quite self-sufficient. Projects tend to become smaller, but more complete in that way, because when people live in the suburbs or when they move out of town, they need to be still connected. The functionality of the city needs to still be there. So that also brings us to another point, which is the quality of our environments. We are starting to see that a lot of developers today are paying very close attention to the quality of our environment. Landscape, for example, I mean, in Asia and China, particularly on the southern side, where you get a more tropical climate, there is a lot more integration with landscape, with buildings. And we're not only seeing just different uses of buildings putting one on top of the other. We are seeing environments coming together, in a kind of more holistic and in a very green way. I mean, this is an image of a project completed several years ago in a city in China, southern China. You can see the architecture and the entire environment. It works really nicely. Even some of the spaces above ground and below ground, with lots of daylight bringing in into the space, it really defines that. And I mean, moving on today, what we're seeing is this integration of landscape and the green environment. It has become the urban fabric of many new cities we see now, particularly parks, for example. They have become more three-dimensional. Obviously, this image that you see, it's a very large-scale context of how we see greenery playing amongst the CBD. But certainly looking at a smaller scale, what we are finding today is a lot of these mixed-use projects, they have a very sort of close integration with nature. And I think that is something really, really important because, we've heard it before, nature doesn't really need people, but people need nature. So if we look at that and then think of how, what happens to the spaces that are left behind, we have to find a very creative and flexible way how we adapt to this new ecosystem. Again, looking at traditional model, we tend to see, every function is pretty independent from one another. But certainly from this part of the world, from Hong Kong and Asia, if you look at it, a lot of the mixed use today, they not only just combine all the different functionality within the same plot of land, neighborhoods are being changed. I mean, we see a lot of pedestrian streets today. People tend to want to live right in the heart of the neighborhood, where you can just conveniently go downstairs, get a cup of coffee, and you're not too far away from the metro station. But if we look at a bigger model, this project is another project that we're working on in Beijing. You can see that the entire high-speed rail system is integrated as part of the basement infrastructure. And that will certainly play a very big change in our urban environments. We're now seeing mass public transportation at a scale that is kind of really, really huge. That's being integrated within the neighborhood. And not many countries in the world can enable this type of infrastructure. Again, looking at it at a smaller scale in Shanghai, this is a project that we're currently working. What we're seeing is a vertical network of road systems where because the projects are getting bigger these days, we cannot depend on the city for the road network. It will create a lot of pressure. What we need to do is to create our own internal transport network by allowing cars to drive up to level 2, level 3 hotel, level 4 office. So that is really, that you can see the role of the public transport does play a very major part in establishing the new identity of the city. I mean, we're also seeing open plazas, elevated streets. I mean, not just this public realm, but a lot of the hotels, apartments, retail, and entertainment, these components, they tend to be a lot more seamless today with the role of public transport coming in. And obviously, in every city, there is always history and heritage. So to deal with it, we need to also be sensitive with the current use of the building, not just because, pre-COVID and post-COVID, we need to also kind of preserve its memory and the function. So a project in Beijing at the moment, you can see this is a warehouse district that has been regenerated to create, a very vibrant commercial community. And because of the weather, just like Moscow, it gets very cold in the winter. So there is a very big component of the project that is allocated underground, where again, it connects to the metro system. So I'd like to also share, this is coming towards the end of my materials. A recently opened project, you can see that this is the first time we're bringing a botanical park into a building, into a commercial building, and we're also building sports facilities inside a shopping mall. So together with nature and sports, which is also part of wellness, I mean, we see this great sort of integration of environment and mixed use project. And again, finally, when in the course of all this design and construction, we also look at smart materials. There are a lot of very innovative materials on the market today. I mean, I won't go through all of it, but some of it we really like is the concept of a transparent solar skin that can be integrated as part of the curtain wall systems in buildings, where it creates a very innovative way of harnessing energy, and we can reuse them. And even kinetic paving, again, very popular in Hong Kong today. We see this being adopted very commonly across a lot of the projects, and also media scheme, the concept of creating a super transparent media that could be part of the architecture of our facade. This also enables a lot of information that is being able to share. And I think that will certainly transform the way we look at buildings into the future. So, I mean, these are some of the points that we feel is interesting, and I'm really glad to be able to share that with everyone today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Simon. Really, mixed use and of facilities and buildings, this is a guarantee of self-sufficiency of certain territories or buildings in the cities, and we can make reference to the concept of resilient cities, which says that the city should consist of several self-sufficient components. Once one of the components is excluded, it doesn't ruin the whole city. So our next speaker is Lars Krukeberg. Lars, you're working on setting up mixed-use objects using existing historical buildings and just buildings. What is your take? Can you tell us how can you fit the old city into the modern life of the city? Old building into the modern city to retain its unique outlook. Over to you.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Thanks for having me. A lot has been said already, and I won't repeat it. Think of the pandemic. I don't think that the pandemic changes everything. I don't think that we are at a point of complete revolution. I think climate change does that much more. What the pandemic does is actually it brings the problems we were facing before to the forefront already and brings it to the light. So it's better to deal with them. In a way, we can be thankful. It will not be the last pandemic. It is not the first, but it's opening up perspectives on things, and it helps us architects to put the problems before us. You already have seen, I mean, nature and open spaces, public spaces play a major role. And I think there will be much more in the future. Not only that we need parks now, because we have to escape our apartments in lockdown, but also apartments itself. If you have no resilient space within your apartment, you know, it will be hard to define that in the future. You need outside spaces, you need balconies, small things, small breakaway zones, I think are important. But maybe, and I want to show you a project that we've done, just one project, that emphasizes a bit kind of the problem of identity. I think what we as architects face today is if we want to create a resilient city in the future, this will only work if we are able to build constructions that honor the past and take the characteristics, right? And then bring it forward, add something new to create a synthesis, because only places of identity will be able to survive, will be able to be re-allegorized, and hence have a new life. Otherwise, we destroy the gray energy that other people before us had been constructing, and that's just a waste. This is a project in Berlin I want to show you because I think it shows nicely what we try to do there. It's an entire block, so it's in between two different streets, one very busy, one more pedestrian. It is a construction site that started at the fin de siècle, 1903. The first post office in Berlin was created there, and that was the first building. And then House 2 in 1915, when telephone was invented, you know, you had the people that connect people. In 1931, all of a sudden, the car is helping, you know, in the postal services and so forth. So over time, buildings had been accumulated and they all created their own little identity. Now, when we were asked in 18, a bit before, to redevelop it, we tried to look at the buildings and honor their characteristics, honor their own identity. This is the project from the top. I don't know if you see my cursor, but basically this whole environment here in the center is our project. And we added a couple of components. We reused most of the spaces into different things. There's still a post office, but it's much smaller. And we added new functions, especially residential parts. What you see here, what is basically in gray, are old parts. And to tell the story of brick building in Germany from 1901 to 1950s. And we wanted to continue that story, that identity, into a new identity today to create something new that works together nicely. So what is red here is new, and it's mainly residential with retail. The facade to the front, the facade is basically trying to use the brick story that we found in Berlin and push it forward. So you can see a residential building on the top with the windows. These windows basically establish the facade, whereas the brick that you would think is the facade, the brick structure now is actually opening up. It becomes amorphic. It creates an entrance. It basically bends away as a roof structure, but it's still being brick. And is very nicely, because it's a protected environment there, a monument on the right of us, we connect to basically the building left and right. And the boxes establish the facade, they are straight, and the brick can move. It's like a little piece, it's a little element that can move very nicely, and that's what we try to do. A couple of images from this front facade, the entrance as you can see it. Of course, the computer helps us today to recreate extroverted, dynamic structures that maybe could be done in the Middle Ages where you had a craftsmanship and could pay for it. Today, the computer helps us to reach similar forms. Of course, it's called and branded bricks because this is the main story that we found there. We have retail on the ground floor, and we have the living areas on the top with little terraces, as you can see, only in the roof. Then these boxes bend to the back. And from the inside, you create a new space, kind of an interesting space where we don't tell people how to use them. They create their own rituals. If this is your bedroom or your tea ceremony room or just a hangout, that's up for you to decide. When we go into the courtyard, we change these boxes into outside spaces. As I said, I believe every apartment these days needs an outside space. How you do that in towers is, of course, a little bit more difficult, but there are other ways to do this. Berlin is not necessarily a high city. It's coming a little bit too slowly, I think. But here, this is not high-rise buildings. So you have to create these balconies that create their own personal framework in front of your door. So the boxes changes into outside areas. As you can see, also in the old elements, all roofs are reused if it's residential or other uses. The same elements, the same material, in this case, kind of a champagne-colored metal is used throughout to create one materiality identity. So here we're looking from the side. What we did afterwards, and you can't see it here, this is a roof terrace for everybody that seems small, but it's actually pretty big. Not only do we have water retention here, so heat islands in the city are getting a little bit more blue. You use the water for gray water area, and you have an outside area for everybody. You have courtyards that now, where you had industrial uses, you have restaurants, meeting spaces, and you have places inside that are completely different. This is kind of a religious building. Before here, there were the telephonists that connected people before World War I. And now it's the Kabbalah Center. It's a center of wisdom for people that believe in the Kabbalah. We have been asked to bring a design that fits this giant space, takes use of it and reshapes it. We found these frescoes in the ceiling, and of course we preserved it and still installed a DNA of architecture that's quite different than the use or even the aesthetic that had been there before. Now we're coming to the back. You see the car was invented, so architecture was bent. Architecture had radii, so you could drive around it. And basically that we translated into this facade. This is a residential building. You see on the floor the old portier. This is a coffee house now. We had to restore it, so the building is built on top of it. And now we have this undulated, beautiful facade that looks towards the south, where everybody has a balcony, a little outside space there as well. This is the same thing from the back. We kind of respond to this rounded architecture that we found. And this is a little movie in the end that I want to play to you that gives you, I hope it's running smoothly. I'm not so sure if it actually does. Gives you a good impression for that. If you can still hear me, I think, as I said before, nature is easy to be claimed, but what is nature today? We believe nature in the truest sense, maybe of philosophers 300 years ago, doesn't exist anymore. We live in the Anthropocene, meaning humankind, mankind has changed nature into mankind nature. So if we talk about what is nature outside, is already transformed into being completely controlled and transformed by the human hand. And that doesn't have to be a problem. I think we have to look into what we can bring back in the cities. And I agree with the two gentlemen that spoke before me. If you bring in green in the city, it will help. But it's not, I wouldn't call it nature, but this is just how you label things in the end. The main thing, I think, is identity. For us architects, if you want to reuse things, as we've done in this project, there has to be a strength in architecture. And if we don't resolve to bring the strength and build it forward, I think our buildings will not last, meaning there won't be a heritage to use for the people that come behind us. So the resilience of our cities has a lot to do with identity that we create today. So the things can't just look the same everywhere. We have to find the genius loci, work with it, and bring it forward. And there is the resilience of the future. And that is it. Thank you so much.
Lars, спасибо большое.
Thank you so much, Lars, for the presentation of such a nice project. And really, it can give us a lot of thoughts for designing the future. And now I'd like to invite our next speaker, Dan Rogoven, mixed-use concept in general implies mixing of different users, businesses on one territory within one facility, but usually the same facility would be designed by one architect. In your projects, you are collaborating with the existing users of the territories or the facilities. Does it have any say on your spatial solutions?
Very glad to share some ideas and thoughts with you. I want to talk a little bit about mixed use and how we can learn from actually Mr. Sun. We are an architecture and design firm based in Shanghai and Amsterdam, doing not only research but also design. So we combine urban research and urban planning. And actually what we try to do is learn from our research and implement that into our designs. We set up our office in 2012 in Shanghai, and only 3 years ago set up a second firm here in Amsterdam. And it all started with this book, How the City Moved to Mr. Sun, a research into cities in central and western China. And I just want to share a little bit of the results of that research. So what we saw in visiting cities all over China, we realized that the method of planning was very much top-down, large-scale, monofunctional actually in the cities throughout China. But we also found an alternative, and this alternative was the so-called urban village, a very much bottom-up initiative by farmers who basically saw their environment urbanizing around them and started to build up small settlements, small-scale settlements. And the sort of structure and system behind that urban village is that it's a mixed-use environment which combines working and living, which is very walkable, so you don't need a car to get around. It's a fine-grained urban fabric creating diverse living environments, and it's very much market-driven because it's and therefore bottom-up created, high density and and allowing for affordable housing as well. And in one of these urban villages, we met this guy, Mr. Sun. And he is a farmer who basically created his own house, a commercial plinth, an internet bar, a private apartment on top of that, affordable housing, and then urban farming at the rooftop. And that was very much our inspiration for our first building in China, a mixed-use building in the city of Jiaxing, close to Shanghai, where actually the idea of the village was at the centerpiece of our proposal, a combination of 8 buildings that combined hotel, short-stay apartments, sports facilities, offices, restaurants, and art gallery. Small blocks in high density, combining with public space at the very heart of it, and combining all these functions into one settlement, as if you will. Where the public space is really at the center of the development. And you see that we densified not only through putting different volumes with different functions, but also by stacking. So creating F&B and with a hotel on top, bridges connecting these different buildings, small scale, so there's enough shade. We have an active landscaping and stairs that act as an outdoor theater, and so forth and so forth. So really trying to learn from what we saw in the urban village of Mr. Sun into this project. And one critical thing is that we also introduced culture as a connector. So there's a modern art gallery that is actually, as you can see here in the section, running from the basement to the 3rd floor, almost as a kind of mini Guggenheim, connecting all these floors, but also not only connecting spaces, but also connecting people. So the gallery here, the modern art gallery, is really a place for young kids to be educated about contemporary art, which is quite fantastic, actually. Now, these same principles we now also try to introduce in our projects in the Netherlands. For example, in this urban planning project for the city of Amsterdam. So we were asked by the city government to make a proposal for this waterfront transformation at the heart of the city, actually. That is, of course, traditionally an area where there's a strong division between work and live, and also two very different skills. The work skill is industrial, large scale, and the live skill is very small and intricate. But these are two worlds that are very much divided. And we started looking at this humongous site actually, and decided to divide it in smaller villages, smaller entities, connected by one big public waterfront. So this idea of different villages with different urban identities and urban fabrics that are connected by one cultural zone, a public space at the waterfront that has a couple of cultural facilities at its waterfront, but also trying to combine work and live in this area. What happens very often now in cities across the globe is that we are transforming places of work into places for residents, which is a good thing in the end. But we have to make sure that we also keep, let's say, workplaces in the city. And that's not only, let's say, office work, but also practical workplaces, places for creativity. And one of the things we found is that by using this industrial scale, that is already in the DNA of this area, right? These former factories and workshops and so forth. By using those in your urban plan, you can that also allows for creative spaces, for art spaces, but also for restaurants and so forth. So a higher base of these kind of buildings allows for that. And we're very happy that our urban plan is now being translated into the planning policy of the city for the future plans of Amsterdam 2050. The third thing I want to share with you is our project Zoho in Rotterdam that we worked on together with Echo Urban Design and a series of architecture firms, a winning proposal for an inner city transformation, urban transformation of a former industrial area into a residential area. And of course, you can see in this picture from the 50s, you see that people are combining work and live already in this environment. And that was also our commission. So the concept of this proposal tries to combine work and live in 3 layers, and they call sort of layered landscape, if you will, combining lab, land, and city. An industrial layer that has a bigger size and bigger scale, so it allows for usage in terms of bars, restaurants, but also workshops, creative spaces, and so forth. And on top of that, we create a park kind of layer, which is also water resilient. And on top of that, we create a residential zone. We're now working on one of these city blocks where we're actually creating huge diversity in housing typologies, careful detailing, but also green roofs, so that this land layer is really coming into life and nature is really close by. So, finally, one last thought about a project we're currently working on in Rotterdam, which is called The School. A couple of years ago, there was a very inspiring speech by the mayor of Rotterdam here, who said, well, I'm fine with densifying my city, but please let's make sure we also have public space at the base of our buildings. For example, schools. So build schools in residential towers. Very strong statement, a very clear statement also, and very inspiring. And then we got a commission to work on this former school building in the center of Rotterdam and transform it into a residential neighborhood. And then we said, well, this is an opportunity too good to be true, so let's make sure that we keep that school there. And on top of that, we place a high-rise with residential. So we create 100 apartments and a primary school, combining learning and living. So it's not just about keeping mixed use, it's not just about combining work and live, but also learn and live. Because by densifying our cities, we also want to keep families in our towns, and families have kids, obviously, and these kids need to go to school. So we need to create a place where we can learn and live together, where education become the connector of cities, a vibrant base of a residential tower, a place where kids can keep on learning. So in kindergarten, but in primary school, but also in apprenticeships, in companies. So the school really becomes a machine for emancipation and for connection in the city. So back to Mr. Sun, what can we learn from this former farmer that is now an urban resident? I think it's 4 things. It's about fragmentation, so breaking up the scale of larger blocks in smaller volumes. It's about creating fine-grained urban networks. Fine urban grain also creates diversity in your city. It's about this industrial scale at the base, so be inspired by the former factory scale and to create that as a base floor in your program that allows for a mixed use program. And finally, the cultural connector, so to create connections through cultural and public programs. And I think that in the end, mixed-use environments create cities that are more lively, diverse, and sustainable and resilient over time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for this very human talk about architecture. We plan cities for people, for humans, and humans can tell us a lot about improving spaces. And now I'd like to give the floor to the next speaker. That's Peter Kudravtsev. He will have some short introduction by him. We are developing the so-called gray zones in Moscow, and such territories, they change their face. We could have some functional balance using the city standards, but now that's much more difficult to do because Moscow has new goals. Thank you. You're absolutely right. We are urbanists, and our goal is to prove that we have not only housing in the city, there are lots of other functions, and all of them are important. So now we have too much potato in this Russian salad. We could add some peas, some ham, some mayo. It's eatable right now, but it's not so delicious while we have too much potato too. And when we work with mixed-use spaces, we move in between 3 points: housing, work environments, and there is some so-called third place. And it's the most difficult task is to define what's this third place. What is it supposed to be? Sport, culture, public spaces, community. Without these functions, housing is not gonna meet its goal, and we constantly move between these 3 points in the triangle. I'll mention 3 projects. 2 of them are finalized. We just continue supporting them, and one of the projects is in the active stage. First of them, it's located in the middle, in this middle zone, gray zone. It's a project for Gloves Troy, a very interesting space, Vinogorodskaya Highway, where this highway meets the third transport road. There used to be a factory located before. On this diagram, I show that the gray zone, there are no good housing buildings, and there are no jobs, there are no working spaces for qualified workers. There are some empty factories with category C office premises. So we wanted to create some new environment there. We spoke with the customer a lot, engaged different experts in this program. But we managed to achieve a very good balance. Now we have 180,000 square meters of housing and also significant amount of office buildings. But the problem is that around there, in 10 minutes walking distance, there is nothing useful, no functions. And we had to reinvent a city in the city, building city functions from scratch. It's like the mini village inside one block. This space is divided by a very big highway. That's why we had to do something to integrate housing with offices. And at the same time, we had to do something for the level 0 space with public spaces and very active first floors having different functions. That's what we've done. This is the project that won the competition. It's a very interesting architectural bureau from New York, Brooklyn, Iran Chan and his ODA bureau. And you see here the housing part, this green part, apartments and a hotel that's blue section and offices. But we wanted to create one circle. We wanted to combine different areas here, and we wanted this to be one living organism which has complementary functions, offices together with housing premises. And now it's a very interesting idea with good public spaces.
Значит, вот это, собственно говоря, офисная часть.
These are offices. It also has very interesting central plaza with lots of retail opportunities. This is view on the offices and a great art center around the plaza. And it has different options: educational function, entertainment and sport functions. And it's actually very beautiful square, which will be the landmark in this part of Moscow. Next project, Pangea, for MCAL Real Estate, together with Mr. Mirakilan and his agency, architectural agency. There are 4 different spaces. All of them are located in this middle gray zone of Moscow. We wanted to have a unified idea. It should be the supercontinent, so they should be all interconnected by one idea somehow. So there used to be Semashko factories there. They were producing pharma products. And we continued this idea.
Все, что касается well-being в самом широком понимании.
And this project has well-being functions. Well-being for body, for health, and for brain. All of them are also complementary. In the future, people will be moving between these objects, getting lots of services related to well-being, and every region will service a residential district around. So inside, we do not have any housing, and I think that's good and correct idea. This is the project at Sergei Radonежskого Street. It's been built already. It's managed by a very strong team, which was responsible for Flacon Center earlier. And the third project, which is in an active stage now. We've been developing it for 1.5 years. ZIL South. That's the master plan, which we have for this district, implemented by KCIP Bureau on the basis of our ideas, our inventions.
Жилой район при этом с 99%.
And here we have 100 hectares of residential premises. We wanted to invent something interesting for first floors while the houses were already there. I think there will be new type of lifestyles after all these projects are implemented. And now I'd like to give the floor to Anna Sokolova. We don't need to change the space if we want to change the function, because we use lots of digital technologies. Could you tell us about the practice of developing projects? How do you use digital services and what are the benefits? Good day. My name is Sokolova Anna. I'm the marketing developer of Ingrad developer company. For 17 years, I've been working in real estate. We analyze market, we develop concepts for housing complexes, and I can see that in the last years we've changed the concepts of complexes. Quality is better, functions are undergoing evolution and technical functions are changing. Right now, we have the period of uninterrupted technical revolution. We see new technologies which change our life, and they affect all aspects of our life, and of course they changed housing complexes. Several years ago, for implementing multifunctional housing complexes, we needed, as a developer, lots of space. We really needed lots of area for placing all the functions there. This is an example, one of our projects, a multifunctional complex at Simonovskaya embankment. That's 70 hectares, really big zone. Here we will have 2 housing complexes, 240,000 square meters of housing, more than 3,000 flats. And it's not going to be just the residential function. There will be the modern torpedo stadium built, and healthcare center, fitness center with a swimming pool, shops, restaurants, community centers, co-workings. Really very big infrastructure. This complex is being built right now. The concept was developed in 2017-2018. I think that when we have new technologies, lots of functions in the project could be implemented without lots of physical space. Now we have digitalization era and mobile services are developing. We can improve functionality. We can add new functions to our complexes without providing some physical space for these functions. There could be optimization of these functions. We see the shift from scattered objects to the situation when we have all the functions and objects within one house. And digital services are becoming more and more popular, and this would change the concept of multifunctional complexes when we have to optimize space and at the same time we can create diversity of functions. Really great diversity is now possible, and new tenants will be able to use more functions than before. Another good trend. We see the combination of different facilities in one digital environment. Technical area is getting more complex. We have new opportunities for exploitation, for maintenance. It's possible to get additional income because we can add additional services and functions which were not possible before, especially when the space was limited. This is one of the good visible trends that we notice. So it's not only the change due to the pandemic times, but also digitalization. It's one of the phenomenon that drives a change. Thank you very much, Anna. Interesting idea about the fact that digital products can transform functionality of physical buildings. Maybe this is the road that we should go down to. That's what we can do with existing districts, residential districts. Maybe this is something that's going to change the face of our cities. And now I'd like to give the floor to the next speaker. That's Vladimir Shekin. Vladimir, You work for Rodina group of companies, and I know that you have one extremely unusual type of complexes. It has housing and some other functions. Please tell us about this idea. That's true. Historically, we were working with this format, and this format is actually already 10 years old, and it's possible for us to use a unique recipe. Yeah, like Peter said, in our recipe, some ingredients are overused, and we managed to observe the balance, and our recipe is perfect. I absolutely agree with Anna. We live in unique times. Anna and me, we represent developers, entrepreneurs, and of course, we constantly face transformations, changes, and they are not linked to increased expectations of people. They have new requirements to comfort, but there are also external factors such as pandemic, and mixed use can be an answer to this question, can help us to solve some of the issues. But we always should remember, yesterday there was an inspiring speech by Sergei Sobyanin. I think it was amazing during the panel discussion. And
he said that we have to actually develop the cities for people and with the people. We have to follow this rule. And this is back to the question how we came up with that format, through the prism of human-centric approach. Such cities in Moscow, really, that's quite challenging, because when you are developing the city for 12 million people, you have to develop 125 different districts. And this development has to be comprehensive and balanced. Balanced means mixed use and self-sufficient districts. And 15 minutes city, it means that everything should be walking distance to and comfortable and convenient environment. But how do you reach that? Again, yesterday, back to the plenary session, I can tell you that I liked very much this slide, which was shown by Mayor Sobyanin. This is the formula of success, which helps us to develop the cities. This is when you are creating the environment which attracts people, and these people would invest their soul, the investments into the city, and thus creating jobs which would attract more people. It turned out that this formula of success is laid into the foundation of our life clusters approach. We are different from other developers. We are not proceeding from the classical restrictions or limitations. We are not proceeding from the current situation, but we proceed from understanding what people would be interested in doing on that territory, what activity they would be interested in doing, what professions they would like to choose. After that, we ask a question. What will help them to implement or realize themselves, and after that we design a safe and comfortable environment, which is much spoken about. So the difference between our approach and other approaches, but the life housing cluster, this is an example of a mixed use in development. The high-tech jobs which due to this position of our clusters would be created, they allow people to implement themselves in future. And due to the infrastructure, actually they can somehow achieve a lot of results and victories in education, culture, and so the housing environment is part and parcel of that. Let me draw a specific example of what we're doing. The very first example, this is the very downtown of New Moscow, center of New Moscow. When comprehensively developing the new territory we are doing, the very first in Russia district of Russian design. 1/3 of that, this is about infrastructure. We bet on design as the profession of the future. And in terms of mixed use, we have 9 hectares of a park and a very long boulevard in which you can walk along, enjoying everything. Unique aesthetic characteristics, etc. So there is a river embankment, but apart from that, we also set up an Academy of Fashion which belongs to Yudoshkin, and a center of Ms. Giner, aerials, mixed fights club, etc., etc. You may have a look at how it looks like. In a year's time, we're going to commission that facility. That's the refurbishment which we offer. And this is our master plan. Another project, Ivanovo city. Ivanovo, at the time, was the 3rd industrial capital. Then it was the capital of brides, meaning that there were a lot of women working at the textile industry. And the textile production was phased out back in 2018. You have to do something about that industrial zone. But in essence, we are restoring, reviving the business center. We are restarting that, relaunching that, and instead of Ivanovo manufacturers or textile plants and factories, we are going to build something new. That would be a technical park, industrial park, and also an international students' campus would be set up following the instruction of President Putin. And you see what requirements we set for that project. These are the preliminary solutions which we will certainly follow. And of my presentation, I'd like to echo what I said from the very outset. Every hour activity actually has to be aimed at one thing, has to be human-centric, has to be aimed at developing the people, helping them to realize themselves in our projects. We present for the fact that our new generation has to be healthy, has to be developed and well-educated. So this is the key factor behind the success. Thank you so much, Vladimir. Actually, there are lots of speakers in that session, and there is no time for a Q&A, but I'd like to thank everyone for your diverse ideas, various ideas related to mixed use. And I hope that it will be developed in many Russian cities, including Moscow, and that the economy would only help to boost that. Not only the special solutions are to be brought about, but actually it has to be very resilient and long-term. Thank you so much, and see you again.